Braintree and Checkout.com with their strength in providing services and benefits.
And there is a section on the slide that says big wins. What information is presented there?
The process, how companies were very competitive in fee structure, so showing what ADM was providing as a benefit in fees. And also what we learned as the RFP process that there are many companies that are very competitive and then capable so that you can always switch to some other companies.
Thank you. You can put this document away now, please, Mr. Ko. I'd like to ask you, though, did Epic have occasion to discuss the RFP process with its existing payment service providers?
Yes, we did.
And for what purpose did you discuss the RFP process with existing providers?
The purpose of the RFP was to bring healthy competitions in payment service providing in Epic ecosystem. So therefore, I wanted to let the existing players know that we are looking into bringing additional providers into the ecosystem so that they can see what they can do to improve their services.
And how did those existing payment service providers respond to knowing about the RFP process?
A good example will be they reduce their fees.
Thank you. Your Honor, I tender the witness.
Good morning, Mr. Ko. My name is Jay Srinivasan, and I'm a lawyer for Apple, and I'm just going to follow up with a few questions to you. I think you mentioned you joined Epic from Samsung in October 2019. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then one of your responsibilities when you joined Epic from Samsung was to work on the Project Liberty payment processing issue. Is that correct?
When I first joined, I worked on payment.
Okay. And at some point that became part of Project Liberty, those efforts on payment processing, I think you just testified, is that correct?
I think Project Liberty was more than payment, and I supplied payment solutions to Project Liberty.
Okay. And that was one of your responsibilities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that as part of Project Liberty, Epic would involve deceiving Apple in some way in implementing the payment processing?
I don't know the description of deceiving what that means, but Project Liberty, we were supplying payment solutions.
I understand. I'll say it differently. Did you understand at some point that the payment processing solution that you worked on would be put on the Apple platform without Apple's permission?
I knew that my payment solutions will be used during that Project Liberty, and any or how the communication goes on was beyond my responsibility.
So you were not told that it was going to be done without Apple's permission, is that right?
I wasn't aware of it.
Okay. Now, so this was October of 2019. You joined Epic, and then I think you mentioned you were revamping their payment solution system, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then soon after you joined, in December of 2019, Epic changed its policy and allowed its developers to use their own payment processing systems, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. Epic no longer today requires developers of games on the Epic Game Store to use Epic's payment processing system, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's only, though, for the in-game purchases, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that policy didn't come into play until December 2019, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't remember when that happened?
No.
Okay. You joined in October of 2019, correct?
Yes.
And you recall that it happened soon after you joined?
I remember something like that has happened, but yeah, I don't specifically recall.
Okay. And was it your idea to do that?
No.
Okay. And do you recall that in December of 2019, sir, it was your view that outside of the App Store, Apple's App Store, and Google Play Store on the Android, that there was no comprehensive payment processing solution that any game company was capable of doing on its own?
At the moment of assessments, I my assessments said for the in-game processing, payment processing solutions, that Apple and Google has one of the best solutions.
And in fact, at that time in December of 2019, you believe they were the only ones that had that solution, correct?
I don't recall whether I said they are the only, but I certainly remember saying that they have one of the best solutions.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document, and Your Honor, I'd like to introduce DX4496. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Mr. Coe, have you had a chance to look at DX4496? It's at the very end of your binder.
Yes.
And do you recognize Exhibit 4496 as an email chain in which you participated on December 25th, 2019, involving Mr. Sweeney and others at Epic?
Yes.
And do you recall that you were discussing a different payment processor called Exala in this email?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move 4496 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
4496 is admitted.
Thank you. And if I can draw your attention, Mr. Coe, to the second full paragraph of your top email there that you wrote, do you recall where you say, currently, when you come to IAP within a game, outside of App Store and Google Play, there's really no truly comprehensive payment solution that does everything needed for a game company, end quote. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that's what you wrote?
Yes.
And that was your belief at the time?
Yes.
So at the time that Epic offered this option of allowing the game developers on the Epic Game Store to use their own in-app payment processing, your view was none of them could do it as comprehensively as Apple or Google, correct?
None of the others can do it is, I think, too much of a statement. I think there are other companies who are able to process the game payment at the time. My assessment at the moment was that because the App Store and Google Play had such a dominance in processing the in-app purchases, so that they had a much more comprehensive solutions.
Okay. So when you said that they were the only ones with a comprehensive solution, you were meaning to say that they were dominant in some way?
I don't think I said they are the only.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue what you said, but you did say there's really no truly comprehensive payment solution other than Apple or Google at that time, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and again, just to be clear, this option was just for in-app purchases, where you were giving developers the freedom to use their own payment processing, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And very few games on the Epic Game Store offer in-app purchases, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't know the answer to that?
No.
Okay. And the very few companies actually took you up on that option, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't know. Okay. I think you testified, moving on to a different subject, you can put that document away. You testified that you're in charge of the security ecosystem of Epic. Did I get that right?
Yes.
And that includes fraud, things like that, fraud prevention?
Yes.
What about customer data privacy? Does that fall within your ambit as well?
No.
So with respect to the payment processing, safeguarding the privacy of customer data, that's not your responsibility?
No.
So as part of payment processing, is that a function that Epic performs?
The actual customer data privacy implementation is handled by InfoSec, InfoSystems, Information Security Services, and they are not part of my duty.
Okay, so in managing the payment processing function at Epic, part of your duty does not include the safeguarding of customer privacy. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, InfoSec, is that an internal?
Information systems security.
But is it internal to Epic or is it external?
It's internal.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And do you have an understanding of whether Epic's customers would want their personal information disseminated in any way?
I believe every single customer wants their data to be protected.
True. And that would be true of Apple's customers as well. You would agree with that, sir?
Yes.
And to the extent Epic has had issues safeguarding customer information, is that something that would come to your attention?
I believe that I am a stakeholder.
So the answer is yes, that would come to your attention?
Yes.
Okay. And so to your knowledge, has Epic ever had issues with improperly collecting or using customer personal information in the past, whether it preceded your time there or since your time there?
I don't believe so.
You're not aware of any of that?
No.
Are you aware whether Epic has ever had issues with improperly using or collecting personal information about children under the age of 13? Whether it happened before or since you arrived at Epic, are you aware of any of those issues, sir?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you've heard about that or not?
I was part of the attorney privileged team that are handling requests from FTC, but that was it.
That are handling what? Request from the FTC, you said?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So, Your Honor, I would like to follow up on that answer, but I think maybe we might want to seal the courtroom before we do that.
We can do it later.
Okay. And then I'm done with my questioning. In fact, let me be very clear. I have another portion that needs to be also done under seal, and I'm finished with everything else.
Okay, let's get cross. Redirect with respect to the scope of cross.
Your Honor, I have no redirect with respect to that portion.
All right. Who is your next witness?
Your Honor, the next witness will be Matt Fisher, who is an Apple witness we're calling in our case.
All right. I don't think this will take too long, so let's go ahead and seal the courtroom. So I would ask that the public lines be moved out and press be.
You have been added to the waiting room. You cannot talk or listen until the host admits you to the meeting. You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing star 6.
Again, Ms. Force, I'm not sure I understand what you're attempting to do. Rule 32, the deposition of an adverse party can be used at trial. It can be used whether or not that person is available. That's a basic principle under Rule 32. And I'll cite to Wright and Miller, Section 2145. So you can read the deposition testimony. I've never suggested you can't. There's nothing in Rule 32 that says, as a rule of evidence, the court admits the document. You admit it as part of the deposition testimony, which can be read.
Your Honor, I would agree with you on how you are reading Rule 32 with one exception, which is that when deposition designations are submitted pre-trial, which is part of Your Honor.
Then they're submitted during trial. I allowed you to do it outside of trial.
As well as during trial, Your Honor. You've allowed us to take additional time out of our time.
Correct.
To submit additional deposition designations.
Correct.
We are asking for no more than simply the ability to ensure that where we have deposition designated testimony that has not been objected to, that sits within Rule 32, as Your Honor has noted, that the authenticated documents which were not objected to or they were resolved by Judge Laporte, that those, as they would always be received by the court as if it was part of, for instance, the 4-hour read. Okay. That is all we're asking for, Your Honor.
All right. So now that I think I understand what you're attempting to do, I don't now understand what your objection is.
The objection, Your Honor, is simply that the witnesses are here, that
but under Rule 32, it doesn't matter.
And, Your Honor, my only point is that there is no substantive testimony about these documents in any of these designations. And the court has previously observed that it would like to hear testimony on all relevant documents and have them explained here in court. That's our point in terms of...
So is the objection relevant?
The objection on some of these 30 is, I'm going to say, foundation as to the designating witness when all they have done is agree that their name is on it and it's a document that they may have received in the ordinary course. Now, if Your Honor finds that sufficient to establish the necessary foundation, then they can come in. There's just no information about the documents beyond that.
And that's why I asked you whether there was some objection that these weren't business records. You said that there was no objection that they were business records.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So they come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I will admit them, but I need document numbers.
Your Honor, I will hand up a binder to the court. I've already provided one to counsel. And then recite them for the record. And, Your Honor, presumably there's also a representation as to how much time the authenticating testimony consumes. Your Honor, we have the ability to give exact, precise times with respect to these documents. We will do so. We'll confer with counsel and make sure that that time for the designations matches, and we'll subtract it from our time. We'll inform the court.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
As you all know, I do pull, there are 50 binders apiece for you. So it will be helpful if, again, even if you've identified these in the past, my team gives me a binder for the day, or actually multiple binders for the day. We don't take things that you said 2-3 days ago and put them in a current binder. So if you know you're going to use something on a trial day, please let me know so that I can have it easily accessible. I was able to find 2415 and 2452 from a prior day, but I prefer not to have to scrounge around looking for it. All right.
Your Honor, the documents which we have provided in a binder that are the subject of our prior discussion are PX0006, PX0052, PX0060, PX0061, PX0072, PX0112. There's a confidentiality issue, and so I believe until that's resolved, it should not go into the box. As to PX201, that is from, I believe, Apple side, so PX0201 would not go into the box. The same is true with respect to PX0202. The two final documents are PX0827 and PX0854.
All right, all of those are admitted pending resolution of 201 and 202. Next witness.
Your Honor, Epic calls Mr. Fisher, please, to stand. And Your Honor, so that we don't complicate things, there was the second group of documents that we mentioned this morning, which had some evidentiary objections. I'm just going to go through those with Mr. Fisher one by one.
I do. My name is Matthew Fisher, Fischer.
Good morning, Mr. Fisher.
Good morning.
The last time I saw you was over Zoom.
Good morning, sir. You may proceed.
What is your current position, Mr. Fisher?
I am the Vice President of the App Store at Apple.
And in layperson's terms, does that mean that you're the head of the App Store?
I wouldn't describe it as that. I'm responsible for the App Store business at Apple.
And you joined the App Store team in January of 2010, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were promoted to your current position in 2016, is that right?
That's right.
And in your current job, you're one of the people that's held responsible for the revenue growth of the App Store, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it also true that you report to Mr. Phil Schiller in your current position?
Yes, I do.
And is it true that you reported to Mr. Eddie Q until 2015?
That's correct, yes.
And in connection with your job at Apple, have you been involved in the preparation of various business plans? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you a binder, sir, of documents, and we have one for counsel and the court. I'll have my associate give one. You've got one for counsel?
Right, you need to speak into the mic, Ms. Fisher. I'm sorry, Ms. Forrest.
Sorry. I'm going to hand to the court a binder of documents. I'll hand one to the witness if it so please the court, and we'll hand one to counsel.
You may approach.
Thank you.
And for Your Honor's information, this is the second binder that I was referring to this morning.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Fisher, could you please turn to the first document in this binder, which is identified as PX57? Okay? And do you see, can you identify this document?
Yes, I can.
Is this a document that you were copied on?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive it as a copy on or about April 11th, 2011?
Yes, that's the date.
And did you receive it in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes, I did.
And do you see in the email that Mr. Shoemaker wrote to you on April 11th that there is a sentence that says, referring to Well, actually, let me sort of read before that. 11.2 apps utilizing a system other than the app purchase API, IAP, to purchase content, functionality, or services in an app will be rejected. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. I think it's an in-app purchase.
In-app purchase, pardon me, you're correct. And then below that, in the next paragraph, there's a sentence that begins, and while we have some outliers in the store right now, I cannot guarantee that we will allow them to continue. Do you see that?
I do see that Philip Shoemaker said that, yep.
Your Honor, I would offer PX 057.
No objections?
Your Honor, the only issue is there's
What's the evidentiary objection?
hearsay, Your Honor, but to the extent it's not being used for the truth of the matter, we have no objection.
Submitted, and the court will, well, it's admitted that particular statement is an admission in any event.
Would you please turn, Mr. Fisher, to the next document in your binder, PX 58. Okay? Can you identify this document for the court?
Yes.
What is it?
This is an email. There's multiple emails in this email. One was from Elizabeth Lee to someone named Andrea. Her name is not mentioned here, her full name. And then a forward of that email from Sarah Herlinger to myself. And then I forwarded the email to Tanya Washburn.
All right, and who's Ms. Washburn?
Tanya Washburn is a leader on my App Store team, and at the time was the leader of my editorial team.
And did Tanya report to you, or did she report to you at this time? Did Ms. Washburn report to you at this time?
Yes, she reported to me at that time and still reports to me in a different capacity.
Did you receive the mark for identification as PX58 on or about June 7th, 2016?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive it in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes.
And do you see on the bottom of the first page of this document, it says in the middle of that paragraph, under the Elizabeth_Lee email, quote, Mac feels extremely strong about not featuring our competitors on the App Store.
I do see that is what Elizabeth communicated, and as I shared with you in my deposition, that is missing.
That can be brought out on by your counsel. Thank you, Your Honor. I would offer PX58.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
58 submitted.
Let's move on to the next document in your binder, Mr. Fisher, which is to be PX65. Okay? And when you have had an opportunity to review it, can you please identify this document for the court?
Yes, just give me a moment to look at this, please.
While he's looking at that, he stipulated as to admissibility, Mr. Schumann.
Well, Your Honor, this is we don't, because this is an email from a third party. Therefore, it's not an admission, and we also have an issue as to whether Mr. Fisher has personal knowledge of its contents.
All right.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fisher, is your email matt.fisher@apple.com?
Yes, it is.
And did you receive this email on or about July 27th, 2018?
Yes, I did.
And did you receive it in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes.
And do you see that in the second paragraph it says, quote, there is an epidemic of fraudulent apps in the App Store that attempt to defraud users of large sums of money. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, we offer PX65.
We have the same objections.
We're not going to be using it for any hearsay purpose, Your Honor. It's for the fact that the statement was said.
I don't understand.
The objection, I believe, that there was a hearsay objection to the document. We're not offering it for the truth of the document.
So you're not admitting, you don't want me to admit the truth of this statement, so then for what purpose is it being offered?
For the fact that it was said, Your Honor, it's for the fact that there are people who believe that there are fraudulent apps in the App Store. and are making statements to Apple in that regard. It will connect up to a variety of arguments that we are making about knowledge of Apple at various times as to conditions in the App Store. So the state of mind of the third party becomes very relevant to that fact.
Well, that's in the record, so I don't know that I need to admit the document at this point then.
All right. Are you, is it,
So I'll reserve until I see what the connection is, but it's not admitted at this point.
all right, let's turn then into the next document, Mr. Fisher, PX 67. This document has a confidentiality issue with regard to it, so I will be careful, Your Honor, in not reading out things other than just the identifying information into the record and pointing the witness to certain information. Go ahead. Mr. Fisher, is this a document that you are the addressee of?
Yes, it is.
And is it a document that you received on or about March 26, 2019?
Yes.
And did you receive it in connection with your duties and responsibilities at the App Store?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move the admission of PX 67 for the non-hearsay purpose of state of mind and the fact that certain statements were made and Apple was informed of certain...
Well, I say the same thing. So what is it that you want?
I would turn the attention then of the court to the third paragraph of the email below the phrase that begins per conversations last week and the word that begins with the word based. And there's a sentence there that is relevant, Your Honor, to what is occurring, at least the knowledge of statements from third parties to individuals at the App Store of what's occurring or alleged to be occurring.
So the issue is notice then.
Correct. And Your Honor, we were able to connect up through admissions from Apple's own documents, the facts that underlie the notice that is going on here.
All right. So I'll reserve on this one as well until we get the whole picture in front of us.
Your Honor, if I could just interject on something unrelated. The parties have an agreement that the witness's personal identifying information will not be disclosed, and I would just ask, I'd like to ask Ms. Forrest.
Well, I haven't, I've not,
when she's reading off these emails, she has mentioned Mr. Fisher's email address, and I would just ask counsel to not do that.
All right. There had been an issue as to whether or not he had personal knowledge of that particular email, Your Honor. That was the only reason I raised that. I will not do that if that objection is not raised.
reserve on 67 as well. No.
Would you please turn to the next item in your binder, Mr. Fisher, which would be PX 146. Okay. All right. And do you see that you are a copyee on this document? Yes. And do you see that there's a date August 27th, 2013?
Yes.
Is it correct that you received as a copyee of this document, PX 146, the document on or about the 27th of August, 2013?
Yes.
And would you have received this document in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes.
And do you see the subject line says, quote, seemingly benign, quote, Jekyll, end quote, app passes Apple review, then becomes, quote, evil, end quote, Ars Technica. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with the concept of a Jekyll app?
No, I'm not.
And you've never heard the phrase Jekyll app?
Well, this email has refreshed my memory, but that's not something that I was familiar with.
Okay. Did it refresh your memory, or did it create new knowledge? If it refreshed your memory, I'd like to inquire about it. If it created new knowledge, then we will not go there.
It more created new knowledge after that description. Thank you.
All right. So let's ignore then the subject line. Do you see that there's an email from Mr. Shoemaker to Mr. Q, which then gets passed on to Mr. Shoemaker and then ultimately to you? If we read the first page of PX 146.
I believe the original email from Philip Shoemaker was addressed to a different person than Mr. Q.
Was that to Mr. Schiller?
Yeah, he indicated that Phil.
And is it your practice to read emails such as this in connection with your duties and responsibilities?
Yes.
Your Honor, we offer PX 146.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
146 is admitted.
Let's move on to the next email in your binder, Mr. Fisher, which is PX 197. Your Honor, this document also is subject to some form of confidentiality issue, so I'll be again careful as to what I say about it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Fisher, is the top email an email from you to a variety of people on or about April 18th, 2018?
Yes, it is.
And I just would point the court's attention and your attention, Mr. Fisher, to the second full sentence in the paragraph beginning with the word on.
So could you repeat that?
I don't want to say the words, so I'll just point you to the paragraph.
Can you describe it again?
Yeah, it's under the email of another individual. It says another individual's name wrote it, right, passing it on.
Yes.
And then it begins on. You see that paragraph?
Yes, I do.
And then do you see the sentence that begins with a person's name? A person's name and I.
Yes.
All right. And did you receive this email in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move in PX 197.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
This one's admitted, 197.
Turn, if you would, please, Mr. Fisher, to PX 198, which would be the next exhibit in your binder. Your Honor, there's also a confidentiality issue that's been raised by Apple with regard to this document, and so I'll be again careful as to how I refer to it.
Okay.
Ms. Forrest, I don't have anything here. Because there's no page whatsoever.
That should certainly not be the case. Let's go on to the next document. We'll come back to that one.
Let me just, were you going to ask him substantive questions on this?
No, I was simply going to ask him, because it's under confidentiality, to identify it.
Any objection to 198? Mr. Sheridan?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
198 is admitted.
All right, thank you. We can then move on to the next exhibit, PX 422, Mr. Fisher. This also is under a confidentiality request from Apple, so I'll again be careful. Okay, I have it here. All right, and do you see that you, Mr. Fisher, are a copyee on this document dated in the top portion of it, July 20th, 2018?
Yes, I do.
All right, and did you receive this document in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes.
You see there are a series of several bullets down the left-hand side on the first page of this document, PX 422?
Yes, I do.
And I would just point your attention to the court's attention to the fourth bullet that begins with the word as. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I would seek to admit PX 422.
No objection?
To the extent that hearsay is not being used for the truth of the matter, we have no objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Your Honor, and Mr. Fisher, would you please turn to the next document, which is PX 744. And tell me when you've got that in front of you.
I've got it, thank you.
All right. Is this a document, Mr. Fisher, that you received on or about January 4th, 2016?
Yes, it is.
And did you receive this email in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes.
Your Honor, this document is also under a confidentiality request from Apple, so I'll again be careful with how I talk about it. I'd ask you, Mr. Fisher, to turn to the second page of the document, and I would turn your attention to the very last paragraph on that page, beginning with the word "it's." Do you see where I am, sir?
Yes, I do.
And I'd ask you to take a look at that, carrying over onto the top of the next page, which ends with the base number 767. Do you see where I am?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I would seek to admit CX 744.
Any objection?
This is similar to the other ones. I believe Your Honor is deferring. We put it in that bucket.
Well, I've only deferred emails that have been written by others.
And that's the case with this one, Your Honor. It's from a third party that the only Apple portion of this is an FYI tag at the very top.
Your Honor,
hold on. I'm looking. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Your Honor,
on this one as well.
okay, and just so that the record is clear, we're not seeking to admit it for anything other than a non-hearsay purpose, and the statements that I pointed Your Honor to are the statements that we are interested in with this document, which we believe are simply for the state of mind of the sender.
I'll make a note.
All right, Mr. Fisher. You can put that to the side. Do we have the other binder? Might I approach Your Honor and take away these binders that have become excessive over by the witness stand?
Okay.
Your Honor, I now have the binder that I was originally going to start with for Mr. Fisher's examination. Might I hand one up to the court and to the witness?
You can, although I hope I already have your exhibits.
Your Honor, this is in the same bucket as with Mr. Grant yesterday, because he is under the stipulation, not a controlled witness. The documents were not previously disclosed.
I thought that you were sending me your exhibits. I'm not sharing that information with the other side. So I probably already have them. You can hand them to my law clerk.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So what I might need is, well, I'll look at it myself, but I might need some briefing on this topic of whether you can introduce a document from someone else who's not here for that other third party state of mind. I'm not sure about that one.
Your Honor, I would be very happy to provide Your Honor with the case law that would support that proposition. We believe it's a clear proposition, but we'll provide a letter brief to Your Honor by tomorrow.
That's fine. I'm looking for circuit authority.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Fisher. You've never side-loaded an app onto an iPhone, have you?
That's correct. I've never done that before.
And you're not aware of anyone in your household side-loading an app onto an iPhone, is that right?
That's correct.
And you're not aware of any studies that have been done within Apple that have looked at security issues relating to apps that have been side-loaded onto the iPhone. Isn't that right?
I've not seen any studies like that, no.
And you're not aware of anyone within Apple who's ever side-loaded an app onto an iPhone and who has reported to you that they have actually experienced a security issue with their iPhone as a result of that side load. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Now, you consider the App Store an app. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you were involved in the creation of the App Store. Is that right?
No, I was not.
Can I have the deposition?
Well, I would need his deposition too.
Yeah.
You may.
I was not on the team.
There is no question pending.
Okay.
Just wait.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
All right, and so I would ask you whether or not, and Your Honor, let me just turn your attention and the witness's attention to the discussion that begins on page 29, line 20.
So you can, is he, are you trying to impeach, or are you trying to get something in as an admission? What
No, I
about?
believe this is impeachment.
Okay, so point me to the line, next,
30, page 30, lines 2 and 3.
32 and 3, and volume 1?
In volume 1, Your Honor. And
Okay, go ahead and read it.
all right, and Mr. Fisher, do you recall that you and I discussed during your deposition that whether or not you'd ever been involved in the creation of an app?
I recall that I was interpreting creation and ongoing development differently. I'm involved in the ongoing development of the App Store app in my responsibilities leading the App Store business, but I was not on the original team back in 2008 or prior to 2008 that was involved in the creation of the App Store app. So I think I was just misinterpreting maybe the term created versus involvement ongoing.
All right, so you weren't involved in the origination of the App Store.
That's correct, and that's what I meant. I apologize if I misspoke.
No, I understand. Thank you. Now, is the App Store an example of an app that contains numerous other apps?
Yes, it is.
And the App Store launched in July of 2008, is that right?
That's correct, July 10th, 2008.
All right. And you know who Steve Jobs was, don't you?
Yes.
Who was Mr. Jobs?
Stay next to the mic, please.
Who was Mr. Jobs?
Steve Jobs was the co-founder and CEO of Apple.
And do you recall that in 2018 you sent your team a transcript of an interview, an audio interview that had been sent to you of Mr. Jobs?
I don't recall doing that, but that's certainly possible.
All right. In your binder, I would turn your attention to the document that is labeled PX2060.
I have it here.
All right. And is this a document that was from you to another individual with an Apple on July 27th, 2018?
I believe I sent this to my broader organization, yes.
All right. And why don't you take a moment just to see on the first page whether or not this refreshes your recollection that you sent to your team a transcript of an audio interview of Mr. Jobs.
Yes.
All right. And you told your team in sort of the middle of the first page of PX2060 that you thought that this was super cool and yet another example of how visionary Steve was. Is that right?
Yes.
And you understood that the audio recording, or you took the audio recording to be an accurate reflection of Mr. Jobs' words. Is that right?
Yes.
And no one ever told you that Mr. Jobs did not say the words that had been transcribed. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Turn, if you would, please, to the base numbered page down at the bottom, which ends in 254. And the base numbers are the little numbers on the right-hand side. Okay? And do you see when you get there that there's a Mr. Jobs, a colon and some words, and then there'll be a Mr. Wingfield, a colon and some words. And I want to turn your attention to the one in the middle of the page where it says Mr. Jobs. I don't know off the top of my head, but the majority clearly, which is great. Our purpose in the App Store is to add value to the iPhone. Free apps do that just as well as paid apps sometimes. We love free apps. Do you see that statement?
Yes, I do.
And turn, if you would, please, to the next page, to the fourth bullet down where it says Mr. Jobs, and his first word is the word no. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right, and it says no, it costs money to run it. Those free apps cost money to store and to deliver wirelessly. The paid apps cost money too. They have to pay for some of the free apps. We don't expect this to be a big profit generator. We expect it to add value to the iPhone. We'll sell more iPhones because of it. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And turn, if you would, please, to page 256. And underneath, in the middle of the page, it says Mr. Jobs, and it says the word yeah. Tell me when you're there.
I'm here.
All right. And underneath that paragraph is another one that says, who knows? Maybe it'll be $1 billion marketplace at some point in time. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you would attribute that statement to one that's indicated as coming from Mr. Jobs, would you not?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer PX 2060.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
You're aware, aren't you, Mr. Fisher, that when the App Store was launched in 2008, it was launched without the IAP functionality in it?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, sir, that the IAP functionality was added in 2009?
Yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that the App Store is pre-installed on all iPhones?
Yes.
And in fact, you're aware that the App Store is preloaded onto the home screen of the iPhone?
Yes.
You're not aware, are you, of anyone who has actually downloaded another App Store onto the iPhone? Is that right?
That's my understanding.
Now, you recall in 2010, don't you, that the App Store billings were already $2.1 billion?
I don't recall that, no.
All right. Turn, if you would, to the document in your binder labeled PX 2185. Okay, I got it. And you see that this is a subject updated deck, and it was sent to you on or about 11 November 2010?
Yes.
And it states, here is the updated deck with changes we discussed yesterday, along with slides from Tanya added. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that would be Ms. Tanya Washburn, who we referred to earlier in your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would seek to admit PX 2185.
No objection.
I turn your attention, Mr. Fisher, to the base numbered page ending in 164. Okay, and do you see there that it says 2.1 billion cumulative app billing?
Yes, I do.
And this is provided to you on October 2010. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, turn, if you would, to PX 2281 in your binder. And you don't have it.
I do not have it.
Neither do I. Do we have 2281? Let's go on. Let's turn to DX 4178, which is in your binder. Now, Your Honor, this document is under some confidentiality requests by Apple, so I'm going to be careful. I'm going to try not to steal the courtroom and just refer to certain information.
All right, proceed.
Mr. Fisher, could you take a look at what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 4178?
Yes, I've got it here.
All right. What is it?
I could just have a moment to review this.
Sure. Okay. Do you recognize what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 4178?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a presentation that a colleague of mine and I prepared and presented in May of 2018.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move DX 4178.
No objection, Your Honor. It's just the confidentiality issues all we have.
And Mr. Fisher, without saying any of the words, I want to turn your attention so I can also direct the court's attention to certain information.
Do you want me to admit it?
I'm sorry.
Admit it.
Thank you.
Subject to those limitations.
Mr. Fisher, would you please turn to base numbered page ending in 983? Okay. Is the word "AQ"? Does that appear on that page? So in the same place?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Do you see a number underneath that refers to billing? Don't say it out loud.
Yes, I do.
All right. And did you expect that was an accurate number at that time?
Yes.
All right. Turn, if you would, please, to the next page, 984. And do you see a number there in a black area in the middle?
Yes, I do.
And did you expect that was correct information?
Yes.
All right, we can put this to the side.
Hold on just a moment. Let me have it. I just don't have enough pulled, so try to get our communication working.
Your Honor, we can each day, if we have not hit the witnesses we thought we would hit, provide you again with the information for the witnesses that we didn't hit, as if it was the first time, so that we can make sure that they are.
Well, that's what I was mentioning earlier. Some of these things I found in prior days' designations, but my team's trying to get me a condensed binder, and just not, it's just day, what day is it? Day 4? Day 3?
Day 4.
What's today, Thursday? So day 4.
3 days and 3 hours.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay. Mr. Fisher, would you please turn to the first exhibit in your binder, which is Exhibit 59. And Your Honor, this document's also under confidentiality restrictions. I don't think we need to seal the courtroom because I can do the work without doing that.
Okay.
Okay, I've got it here.
All right, can you please identify this document for us, Mr. Fisher?
This is a presentation that some colleagues of mine and I gave to Apple executives in the summer of 2019.
Your Honor, I would seek to admit PX59.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. It's submitted subject to those confidentiality issues.
And Mr. Fisher, I would turn your attention and the court's attention to the base numbered page ending in 516. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you expect that information was correct on or about the time that you presented this material?
Yes, I do.
And turn your attention, please, to the next page, base number ending in 517 of PX59. Do you see that information?
517?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And did you expect that information to be correct?
Yes.
And turn your attention, please, to the next page, 518. And there's a hashtag and a number there. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Did you expect that number was correct on or about the time that you made this presentation?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. You can put that to the side. There's one number, Your Honor, that relates to 2020. That is from the deposition. If Your Honor would be amenable to it without filling the courtroom, I could simply turn, Your Honor, to that portion of the deposition. I believe Mr. Fisher would not contest that.
I think that's fine.
All right. Deposition page 298, line 25.
Volume 1?
Should I get my...
Yeah, why don't you get that out too, and we'll make sure that you continue to agree with it. This wouldn't be the normal way we would do it.
Volume 1 or Volume 2?
Volume 1, Your Honor.
And try to slow down, please.
I'm sorry, Volume 2. I apologize.
And which page in Volume 2 should I be looking for?
It's page 298, and it's at line 23. And actually starting at, the question is that starting at line 20.
Okay.
Is that accurate? Is that information true and accurate today in terms of that year, 2020?
Yes.
All right, we can put that to the side. Let's turn, if you could, to the tab in your binder, PX414.
The pages are stuck in my binder here. Let me just try to figure this out. Okay.
All right, before we get to this document, so I don't want to go into any of the confidential information that may be on this document, let me ask you some general questions. Did there come a time when the App Store began to provide the ability to buy search advertising?
There was a time where Apple gave developers the ability to purchase advertising within search in the App Store, yes.
And is it the case that the way that works essentially is that there's an auction that occurs very, very quickly through an algorithm that the developers can participate in that will, if they prevail, elevate their app to the number 1 or number 2 spot in the App Store search area.
I don't manage that program, nor do I have any responsibilities over that program, so I can't speak to the specifics of exactly how the algorithm works.
Let me then break the question down. Have you had occasion recently, sir, to search for an app on the App Store?
Yes.
Is it the case that when you search for an app, anybody searches for an app on the App Store, the first result that comes up is a paid search result?
Sometimes there's no advertising there, and sometimes there is.
And is the reason why there would not be advertising there be because perhaps nobody had bid on that particular search ad?
Again, I don't manage that program, so I'm not exactly sure how they determine that.
Are there times when, and a large number of times, when someone enters in a search query into the App Store and the first result will be a paid search result?
Yeah, in the form of a paid ad, that is accurate.
And Apple receives revenue for that paid search result. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And you understand, don't you, that Apple makes a fair amount of revenue off of that? Is that right? I'm not going to go into the numbers.
I'm not sure exactly how much money. Again, I don't manage that program.
All right, let's turn, if we could, then to the document that is at tab 414.
Okay, I've got it here.
All right, and do you see that PX414, you are copied on this document, and it's dated September 2nd, 2019?
Yes, I do.
And is this a periodic report that is provided on a basis that is either quarterly and then sometimes even more frequently?
Yes.
All right. And you received this document on or about the 2nd of September 2019, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And I would point your attention to the portion of the page that says, referring to search ads, but I'm not going to say the number. Do you see where I am, where it says after the two names above it with an ampersand in between?
Yes, this is kind of halfway down the page.
Correct. And do you see a number there?
Yes, I do.
All right. And would you expect the information on these periodic flash reports to be true and correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, we move the admission of PX414.
No objection, Your Honor.
And turn back, if you would, please, Mr. Fisher, to PX413.
This is stuck again.
There's no question coming.
Okay.
You can't get to PX413 because it's...
No, I've got it now. It was just stuck.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were trying to just talk.
No.
It's not the way it works.
Sorry, Anna. No, it was just, the page was stuck. I just needed a second to unpick it.
Mr. Fisher, is this another one of the reports of the type that we just saw with PX414?
Yes, it is.
This, Your Honor, is also under some confidentiality restrictions, and so I will be careful with it. Does it also relates to search ads?
Yes, it does.
And did you receive this on or about the 14th of November, 2020?
Yes, I did.
And would you expect the information in this document to be true and correct?
Yes.
And I would turn your attention and the court's attention to after the names separated by the ampersand to where there's a reference to the amount of generated. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I would move seek to admit PX413.
Any objection?
No objection.
413 removed. Well, actually, those two were already admitted. I think that must have been part of your earlier stipulation.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, and I apologize for that. I was in the rush of the things this morning. I didn't catch that. If you could turn back, if you would, Mr. Fisher, to what I think is the last document in your binder, DX4178. And I want to turn your attention to the base number page 034 on that document. So 034? Correct. Okay, I'm here. And do you see there's, again, this is one of the documents that's got some confidentiality restrictions, but do you see, again, on the second paragraph down, it begins with the word more? Yes. All right. And would you expect the information on this page to be true and correct? Yes. All right, you can close up that binder for the moment. Thank you. We'll come back to it, but close it. You're not aware, are you, Mr. Fisher, of any instances?
Are you seeking to have this admitted?
I'm sorry, that was already admitted, Your Honor. I just returned to it to be able to point out the base number page 034 to the witness in the court.
Was it part of this morning's event?
4178, DX 4178.
Was it part of this morning's
It was actually admitted earlier in Mr. Fisher's testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any dispute about that?
We don't know.
Actually, you're right. You're right.
Okay. All right. Mr. Fisher, you're not aware, are you, of any instances in which the increased cost of an app has resulted in a user leaving the iPhone ecosystem and going to Android, are you?
I have not heard of that, no.
And you're not aware of any instance in which the increased cost of an in-app purchase on iOS has resulted in a user leaving the iOS world and instead switching to Android, are you?
No.
And if I change the word from cost to price in that prior question, the answer doesn't change, does it? You're not aware of anyone at Apple who has studied switching from the iOS ecosystem to the Android ecosystem because of the increased price on iOS of an in-app purchase. Is that right?
I'm not aware of a study like that, no.
And you're not aware of any studies that Apple has done as to whether the increase in price of an app on iOS could cause a user to switch to Android, are you?
I've not seen a study like that either.
And you're not aware of any studies that Apple has done that examine whether or not an increase in the price of an app purchased on Android has caused a user to switch from Android to iOS, are you?
I haven't seen a study like that either.
And you're not aware of any studies that Apple has done that examine whether or not an increase in price of an in-app purchase on Android has resulted in a user switching from Android to iOS. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And consumers who own iPhones typically acquire apps from the Apple App Store. Is that right?
If I'm doing my job, that's correct.
Okay. And you're not aware, are you, of how much money the average consumer spends on apps from the App Store over the life cycle of his or her iPhone, are you?
No, I'm not.
And you're not familiar with any work that has been done at Apple to determine the amount that a consumer spends on apps over the life cycle of their iPhone, are you?
No, and I wouldn't know how to go about that type of analysis or study.
And you're not aware of any information made available to a consumer about how much they are likely to spend on apps over the life cycle of their iPhone, are you?
No.
The two main ways that people get their apps on their iPhone are through the App Store and pre-installation. Isn't that right?
Yes, I would say that's accurate.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that the only apps that can be pre-installed on an iPhone are those that Apple has authorized?
Yes.
And the apps in the App Store have to be written for the iOS platform. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Android apps don't work on an iPhone. Is that right?
Yes.
And there is currently a technology that Apple has developed that allows iOS apps to function well on macOS. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that technology is called Catalyst, correct?
Yes, I don't manage that technology. That's in a different group, but that's my understanding, yes.
And you're not aware of any technology similar to Catalyst that allows an iOS app to work well on Android. Is that right?
I'm not aware of a technology like that, no.
And you're familiar with an operating system called tvOS, are you not?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with an operating system called macOS, are you not?
Yes.
And you're familiar with an operating system called iPadOS, are you not?
Yes.
And you're familiar with an operating system called watchOS, are you not?
Yes.
And these are OSs that are written for those devices or series of devices. Is that right?
That's accurate, yes.
So the watchOS is written for the Apple Watch?
Yes.
And the tvOS is written for the Apple TV?
Yes.
And the Mac OS is written for the Macs, the group of Macs that Apple sells, correct?
Yes.
And the iPhone is iOS, is that right?
That's right.
And iPadOS relates to the iPad, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that a game that uses a remote may have different functionality from a game app written for iOS, right?
Yes.
And you think of Apple's products as a whole as part of an ecosystem, correct?
Yes, I do.
And part of that ecosystem is the operating system that powers the devices, correct?
Yes, that's definitely part of the ecosystem.
And for instance, you would consider iOS to be part of the Apple ecosystem, correct?
100%.
And similarly, you would consider the iPadOS, macOS, watchOS, and tvOS also to be part of the ecosystem for Apple, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that Apple does not offer downloads from the App Store for any devices powered outside of the OSs in the Apple ecosystem, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're familiar with an entity called the Executive Review Board, are you not?
Yes, I am.
And in fact, you've been a member of the Executive Review Board from 2010 until at least the time of your deposition, correct?
Yes.
Are you still a member of the Executive Review Board?
Yes, I am.
And is the Executive Review Board sometimes known by the acronym ERB?
Yes, it is.
And at the time of your deposition, the other members of the ERB were Bill Schiller, Eddie Q, Ron Nakamoto, Tristan Kosminka, C.K. Hahn, Greg Joswiak, Ann Ty, Josh Schaefer, and Sean Cameron. Is that correct?
Yes, and one of those folks has since retired, and there's a few other people that are now part of it.
But at the time of your deposition, that was an accurate list?
Yes.
And both Mr. Schiller and Mr. Q have been on the ERB the entire time that you've been on the ERB. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you consider Mr. Schiller to be the head of the ERB, do you not?
So there's no formal chair or official head, but yes, Phil leads the conversations, and if I had to pick someone, I would pick Phil since he leads the conversations.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that the purpose of the ERB is to come together and review applications that have been submitted by the developers to the App Store and to discuss issues of policy and review the app review guidelines?
Yes.
And the ERB discusses potential changes to the app review guidelines. Is that right?
Yes, we do.
And the ERB also determines whether a different business model could be utilized within the App Store. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that before an app can be listed in the App Store, it has to go through a process called the app review process?
Yes.
And you're aware, are you not, that from time to time Apple conducts surveys of developers?
Yes, we do.
And Apple conducts surveys of developers who have submitted apps through the app review process, correct?
Yes.
And you see the results of those surveys from time to time, do you not?
Yes, I do.
All right, turn in your binder, after the binder, to PX2284, please.
We have about 5 minutes.
And let me just confirm, if I might, Your Honor, with counsel as to whether there's a confidentiality restriction on this one.
Okay.
There is not, Your Honor.
Okay, I've got, you said 2284?
Yes.
Okay, I've got it here.
All right. Do you see that this is a developer survey presentation for Phil? That's the subject line.
Yes.
And do you believe that to be to Phil Schiller?
Yes.
And it's from an individual to you, is that right?
To me and to one other person, yes.
And it was provided to you on or about the 20th of July, 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you received this document in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I would seek to admit a PX2284.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Now, the date of this survey was December of 2015. Was it not?
If you could just give me a second just to quickly look over this, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll just to orient you to where you might find something that may provide you with information about the date. I would turn you to page number ending in 058.
Okay, I'm here, yes.
And do you see that on 058 it states that the survey was conducted in December of 2015?
Yes, I do.
All right. And do you see, if you would please, if you could turn to date number page 060 of PX2284 and tell me when you're there?
060?
Correct.
I am here.
Do you see that it says developers don't believe that the App Store enables profitability of their apps, enables app discovery, or provides the tools to successfully market their apps?
Yes, I see that in the speaker notes here.
Your Honor, we would move the admission of PX2284 if I haven't already.
You already did.
I'm sorry. All right. And there were developer studies that were done from year to year, is that right?
Yes, we try to do developer surveys every year to get feedback from our developer community.
Your Honor, I'm going to be moving on to another document. Should I stop at this point?
You can, that's fine. So you may step down, sir. We're going to take a 20-minute break. One of the things that was helpful during Mr. Coe's testimony was understanding some sense of the exhibits that you were seeking to admit. As I noted during the colloquy, there are two of them that I provisionally didn't because they weren't business records, but were being offered for a different purpose. I don't know if there's any similarity with respect to the other set. I asked whether any of the others were, the other binder that you gave me, whether they were all business records. I thought I heard that they were. So just double check. What I'm admitting is business records. What I haven't admitted are other documents from other people who are not yet in the courtroom and who may never be in the courtroom until I understand the legal basis for the admission. And I say that because, as you know, all of these things are being published. They're all out there. And non-lawyers don't understand the difference between something that is being admitted for its truth and admitted for some other evidentiary purpose like notice. So we need to nail that down. All right?
Your Honor, I just want to be sort of clear on it. If a document is received in the ordinary course of business that reflects routine comments from third parties commenting on certain aspects of Apple's business, and that is the routine way in which there are communications that occur, the receipt, the fact of receipt would be in the ordinary course, and then the information, of course, would be varied depending upon the type of issue or discussion that ensued thereafter. And so we are seeking to have those documents received as business records in the sense that they are the business records that Apple receives on a routine basis from a variety of individuals that are raising with them the same kinds of concerns that get raised on a regular basis, and then notices provided on the particular topics within the specific document that we are referencing.
I don't know, how do you want me to respond?
I just wanted to be clear. I didn't understand if Your Honor was suggesting that these were not business records by virtue of the fact that they contained third-party information, and I wanted to just make the record clear that we believe they nonetheless are business records, but happen to incorporate third-party statements.
Okay, and the rule requires that the maker of the document testify that it was made in the ordinary course, not received in the ordinary course. Those are two different things. Business records typically are admitted for their truth. You're not offering this document, or two of the documents, you're not offering it for its truth, you're offering it for notice, which are two very different things, which is why I asked for briefing.
We will give you briefing, Your Honor. I think that's perhaps the best way to handle this particular issue, and we'll provide that to you tomorrow.
And with respect to that, that's why I asked you to go back and double check. And before you upload any of these other documents, which I have not actually seen, because you just gave me a binder, as long as they were prepared in the ordinary course of business, as opposed to received, that's fine. The other ones are provision. I need to make sure that I'm comfortable with the evidentiary ruling. And so the other documents, to the extent that you have a document prepared by someone who is not an Apple employee, and you are offering it for some purpose other than its truth, it is not admitted. It will be provisionally addressed the way I'm addressing the other two this morning.
Your Honor, then I understand we will brief this. I would suggest that there were a number of documents that were received into evidence that were received under the business records rule with regard to Epic over the last couple of days that also had a similar issue, and indeed almost identical issues as to those that we're discussing here with regard to Apple. So whatever Your Honor's ruling is, I would assume that it would apply both to Epic and to Apple.
Yeah, I didn't have an objection, so I don't rule unless I have objections. I had objections this morning.
Your Honor, I don't think that...
Deal with it. Ms. Forrest, just brief it. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking you not to release it until I make an affirmative decision. That's all I'm asking.
And I'm just asking for parity.
Have I not? I try to be fair to both sides. If you're suggesting that I'm not, then, well, I haven't made any rulings
Your
that
Honor,
I think are not fair to both sides.
I'm not suggesting there have been any rulings that have not been fair to both sides, Your Honor. That is not my intent. My intent is simply to ensure that as these documents, which with these kinds of businesses are often of a very similar type, that the same type of issue when it comes up on one side happens to be applicable to the other. There are a lot of documents here, and it's very easy for all of us to have a lot of things flowing across our desk.
That's why I'm trying to be careful.
As are we.
Stand in recess. 10:35. Record of the record will reflect that the parties are present. We have our witness on the stand. Ms. Forrest, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Fisher, could you please turn to the document in your binder, PX 2062, please?
On.
Okay, I've got it here.
Mr. Fisher, is PX 2062 a document you received on or about September 16th, 2018?
Yes.
And received it in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes.
And the subject says, Summary of Developer Writings from FY18 Survey. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Does the FY there refer to full year?
FY in this case means fiscal year.
So the fiscal year 2018?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I would seek to admit PX 2062.
No objection.
We do have an objection that this document contains hearsay.
Always submitted for its evidentiary with its proper evidentiary consideration.
And Mr. Fisher, do you see on the first page of this document, in the second bullet down, there's a reference to, quote, search in the App Store is still really rough around the edges?
Yes, I see that.
And is that your understanding that that was something that was being told to you by a developer?
Yes, I believe the team that conducted this survey within Apple was taking feedback verbatim from developers.
All right. And do you see below, 2 bullets below that, there's an indented 1 bullet, and it states, the App Store is plagued with outdated, low-quality apps, which make it harder for higher-quality apps to get the exposure they need. It's time Apple raised the bar again, and its standard of what gets into the App Store. It seems that nowadays some low-quality apps make the cut when they shouldn't. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Turn, if you would, please, to the next page, which bears the base number 842 at the bottom of PX 2062. And I would turn your attention to the portion of the page entitled Featuring. Do you see where I am, sir?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that in the 4th bullet down, there's the phrase, stop playing favorites? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that there are a series of indented bullets after that?
Yes.
And do you see that one of the comments that's reflected there is, quote, start applying the same rules to all apps and start eliminating the junk apps from the App Store? Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Turn, if you would, please, to the next page, base numbered ending in 843. And do you see on the top portion of that page, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullets?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that the 4th bullet down states, you tend only to feature indie apps and apps that spend or earn the most money? Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And it continues, there are lots of great apps out there like ours and don't get much attention because we focus our efforts on paying a fair wage to our staff and developing great games, not on sales and marketing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And then do you see further down under consumers and developers, it states in the first bullet, I am satisfied with it as a consumer. Again, as a developer, it's a nightmare. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And under app review, do you see that section?
A little bit further down, yes.
Okay, it states, in the first bullet, we release every week when our app is rejected by review for something entirely unrelated to the changes we have made. It's extremely disruptive and throws us off our calendar. Do you see that?
Yeah, I believe it said cadence.
Cadence. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And then do you see below that, there's a bullet that states, the app reviewers are sometimes arbitrary and unpredictable. The app reviewers are not consistent among competing apps. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you see at the bottom of the page, the last bullet states, in part, the review process is arbitrary.
Yes, I do.
Turn, if you would, please, sir, to the next page under A/B testing.
Okay.
And this is now base numbered page ending in 844. And do you see the fifth bullet down there says, quote, review time should be hours, not days, end quote.
I do see that.
And turn, if you would, please, to base numbered page 845, which is the next page.
Okay.
And you see under search ads, it states in the first bullet, Apple has given in to payola, search ads.
I see that, yes.
All right. And turn, if you would, to the next page, base number ending in 846, to the portion of the page that says overall negative. Do you see where I am?
Yes.
And there, under that segment, there are a series of bullets, and in the fourth bullet down, it states the testing process. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it states the testing process for in-app purchases is a joke. The API for in-app purchases is a joke. The UI in general for in-app purchases is a joke. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And does UI there, would you read that in your understanding to be user interface?
Yes, I would.
And then turn, if you would, please, to the next page under Other, and look at the third bullet down, and there's one statement in all caps. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it states, allow developers to issue refunds. This is beyond frustrating to us. Your awful policies make us look bad, and it's painful to have to direct users to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Let's change topics for a moment. You recall, don't you, sir, that in the last couple of years, you asked someone who works for you to take leadership with regard to what was going on with all forms of fraud in the App Store.
Yes, I do recall that.
And turn in your binder, if you would, please, to PX66.
I don't have anything in my binder similar to before. It's an empty page.
Why don't I hand you, Your Honor, are you missing PX66 as well?
I'm going to check right now. No, I haven't.
Can I approach the witness with my copy of PX66?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Fisher, do you recognize what's been marked for identification as PX66?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize it as an email, the top portion of which you sent to an individual who worked for you, the subject line of which was forward, App Store risk fraud?
Yes, App Store risk /fraud, yes.
And you sent that top portion of the email to that individual who works for you on or about October 26, 2018.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would seek to admit PX66.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Wait a minute.
And Mr. Fisher, in connection with in this email that you wrote to the individual who works for you, you stated to that individual, quote, I need you to take leadership regarding what's going on with all forms of fraud on the App Store, in part. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's a statement you made, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So you can put that to the side. Would you agree with me, Mr. Fisher, that there are several forms of fraud associated with some apps that have been listed in the App Store from time to time?
Yes.
And among the types of fraud that have been associated with some apps that have been listed in the App Store are apps that have resulted in financial fraud. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And fraud relating to customer ratings. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And fraud relating to customer reviews. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And do you recall that in even in 2012, let's strike that, the email that you wrote that we just looked at in TX66 is dated in 2018, correct?
Yes.
And you recall, don't you, that there were fraud issues in the App Store that went back to the beginning of the App Store, correct?
I don't know about the very beginning, but we've been combating and fighting fraud for a long time, yes.
All right. Turn, if you would, please, sir, to PX63 in your binder.
Okay, I've got it here.
All right. And do you recognize what's been marked for identification as PX63?
Counsel, we don't have 63 in our binder.
You can have my copy. Do you recognize PX63, Mr. Fisher?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize it as an email that, in part, the top part of it, you sent to Mr. Ron Akamoto, copying Mr. Philip Shoemaker on or about February 10th, 2012?
Yes,
So this is the 2012 timeframe, correct?
that's correct.
And the subject line is Ray, App Store fraud gets unbearable, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX63.
Any objection?
Our objection is just that the originating email is from a third party, and so it constitutes hearsay.
All right, it's admitted with the usual qualification.
All right, turn, if you would, in your binder, sir, to PX2197. And, Your Honor, there are confidentiality issues from Apple regarding this document, so I'll be careful on how I deal with it.
So I may just have a few seconds to review this email.
Sure.
What are the confidentiality issues with this document?
Your Honor, we don't have an objection with respect to confidentiality on this document at this point.
All
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, and you recognize it's been marked for identification as PX2197?
Yes, I do.
And it's a document that the top portion of which you wrote on September 21st, 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you turn the page to bridge number page 036, you also wrote a portion on that page dated September 21st, 2015, but at a different time at 3:48 p.m. versus 11 p.m. Correct?
Yes, I see that here.
All right. Your Honor, I seek to admit BX 2197.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Mr. Fisher, is it correct that in 2015 there were 128 million customers of Apple that had downloaded 2,500 or more apps that were affected by the issue that's described in this email relating to Xcode Ghost apps?
Yes, there's an email from one of my colleagues in our reporting and analytics team that shared those numbers there, yes.
And turn, if you would, to PX 2190.
What's the number again?
PX 2190.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got it here.
And is this a document that you were copied on or about July 22nd, 2016?
Yes.
All right. And let me just ask, there was a confidentiality issue with regard to this document, Your Honor, but that may or may not still be in place.
All right. What's the issue?
We don't have an issue any longer, Your Honor.
Proceed.
All right. Mr. Fisher, do you see that the subject here is App Store Weekly Scorecard, July 11, 2016?
Yes.
And on the second page, do you see that under base number page 046 of PX 2190, there's an area called Transacting Accounts? Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's a first bullet that says most regions sit in the 60 to 70% range for trusted accounts. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And under billings, on the bottom of that page, it says most regions are in the 45 to 55% range for the billings share from trusted accounts. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
What did you mean by, or how did you understand the phrase trusted accounts?
So, yes, this was a response from a colleague. I don't know the exact definition of a trusted account. That's not something that my team looks at, so I can't tell you.
Okay. All right. And now, you're aware, aren't you, that apps have made it through the app review process that were considered by Apple to be ripoffs?
We, I think, subsequently identified them to be, ripoffs, but certainly we would never approve an app in app review knowing that that app is a ripoff.
And you're aware, aren't you, sir, of instances in which IAP has been used in support of money laundering schemes?
I have heard that, yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, sir, of instances in which fake apps have made it past app review and into the App Store?
Yes.
And you're aware, sir, aren't you, that there have been individuals that have actually sought fraudulent refunds?
Yes.
And individuals, in fact, have sought fraudulent refunds on from the App Store relating to either apps or in-app purchases going up to 2019. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're familiar or have heard the term whitelisted developer, haven't you?
I do remember an email from a number of years ago where that wording was mentioned, yes.
Okay. Ken, if you would, sir, in your binder to tab to the PX64.
So do you not want 2190 in evidence?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
2190 is admitted.
me when you've reached TX64?
I have it here. Thank you.
All right, and is this a document on which you were copied at the top part of the page on or about October 18th, 2018?
Yes.
And you received another portion of that email in the middle of that first page as an addressee on October 17th, 2018. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that second portion, you received an email from somebody at Apple who was writing to you stating, quote, Hulu is part of the set of whitelisted developers. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it continues, with access to subscription cancel/refund API. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would seek to admit Exhibit PX64.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And whitelisted developers are developers who get to do things that other developers don't get to do, correct?
That's how I would term that word, and I certainly would not use that particular word. I find the word offensive, but yes, that's how I would define something like that.
You would agree with me, sir, that App Store review guidelines prohibit stores within stores?
Yes.
And it's because of that rule that Apple does not allow Epic to have the Epic Game Store in the Apple App Store. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with something called the Apple Arcade, are you not?
Yes.
And the Apple Arcade is Apple's own gaming app. Is that right?
No, Apple Arcade is a feature of the App Store, and it is a game subscription service that's in the App Store. It's not a separate app.
And Apple Arcade, would you agree with me, allows a subscriber to have access to numerous games. Is that right?
Yes.
To that extent, the Apple Arcade competes with other game stores. Would you agree with me?
I wouldn't necessarily characterize it at that, but no.
You don't think the Apple Arcade, which has games in it, competes with other stores that have games in them?
Well, now that you word it like that, I could see that Apple Arcade could be viewed as a competitor to some of those stores or services.
And you would agree with me, sir, that a game streaming service is one that allows a user to run and access games that are on the cloud, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you would agree with that Google Stadia is a game streaming service, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that recently there has been announced a shutdown of most development on Google Stadia?
I had not read that. I had heard that they had some in-house development that had shut down, but I didn't hear what you had said.
And would you consider, sir, Google Stadia to be a failed attempt at a streaming app?
I don't know enough about the current status of Google Stadia to make a definitive statement about that. I know they've had some struggles, but I don't know exactly what the status is now.
And your understanding is that the streaming version of Google Stadia does require users to pay a subscription fee, correct?
That's my understanding. I don't know if they have other business models to support that business or not.
And you would agree with me that xCloud is also a streaming service, correct?
Yes.
And xCloud, as of the time of your deposition at least, did not have an app in the App Store, correct?
That's correct.
Does it have an app in the App Store since your deposition?
No.
You similarly understand that in order for a user to access xCloud, they have to pay a subscription fee, correct?
Similar to Google Stadia, that's my understanding, but I don't know if they have other monetization models as part of xCloud.
And you're also aware that NVIDIA has a game streaming service, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that NVIDIA does not have an app for its streaming service in the App Store, correct?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that at least a portion of NVIDIA's business model, they will charge users a subscription fee, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding. And again, I don't know if they have other business models that support that business or not.
Okay. And you would agree with me that as a general matter, web-based games are not coming in through the App Store, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that Apple doesn't carry web apps in the App Store. Strike that. You understand that because Apple does not carry web apps in the App Store, it doesn't make money off of web apps, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you would agree with me that Apple is not planning to market the benefits of obtaining web apps in the App Store. Is that right?
Could you repeat that?
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that despite the fact that web apps are not carried in the App Store, Apple is not planning to market the benefits of obtaining such apps from the App Store?
I'm not aware of any plans along those lines, no.
And then you've not communicated with anybody at Apple about trying to find out what differences there might be in terms of user experience between a web-based game versus a native game that can be obtained through the App Store. Is that right?
Well, in my role leading the global App Store business, I focus on the App Store and distributing native apps, but no, I haven't seen any type of differences like that.
So the answer is no, you've not, correct?
No, I have not.
Okay, and you don't regularly receive reports, do you, relating to price differentials between the cost of an app on Android versus one on the iPhone, correct, or iOS?
Correct.
And you don't regularly receive reports on differentials in the cost of an app, of in-app purchases on Android versus iOS, correct?
Correct. I don't receive those types of reports.
And you're not aware, sir, are you, of any reports on price differentials or equivalency for apps that are written for iOS versus apps written for Android, correct?
That's correct.
And turning now to a different topic, you'd agree with me that the Switch, the Nintendo Switch, requires a cellular connection, correct?
That's my understanding.
And you know what IAP is, do you not?
Yes.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that for digital goods consumed within the app on iOS, they have to use Apple's IAP, except under some limited circumstances?
Yes.
And you're aware, sir, aren't you, that many apps are rejected for violations of 2.111?
I don't lead our app review team, and I haven't memorized all of our App Store review guidelines, but if you want to point it out to me, I'm happy to look at it.
Let me put it this way. You're aware, sir, that third parties have from time to time submitted apps with an alternative payment processing system, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware, sir, that Apple has rejected apps that have submitted their own alternative payment processing system, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware, sir, that there are third-party companies which have alternative payment processing systems that they believe to be safe and secure, correct?
I haven't spoken to those types of companies. I don't know what they believe.
Do you remember me asking you a question in that regard at your deposition?
Well, I vaguely do, yes.
First volume, Your Honor, page 101, lines 18 through 25. First, could you repeat that, please? Yes. Page 101, lines 18 through 21, actually. Go ahead. Do you recall, Mr. Fisher, that I asked you at your deposition, are you aware that there are third-party companies which also have what they deem to be safe and secure ways to purchase goods within apps? And you answered yes.
Yes.
And that was truthful testimony, correct?
Yes.
And among the alternative payment processing systems that you're aware of is PayPal, correct?
Yes.
And Amazon Pay is another one, correct?
Yes.
And Braintree is another one, correct? Yes. And Square is another one, correct?
Yes,
And Epic Direct Pay has a payment processing system, correct?
that's my understanding.
And you're aware that credit cards provide yet another example of alternative payment processing systems, correct?
Yes,
And for an app on iOS, an app developer may not offer PayPal as a payment processing system in addition to IAP, or as an alternative to IAP, correct?
yes,
And you're not aware of any studies, are you, that Apple has ever done that look at whether or not there are any security issues if any game company was to offer an alternative payment processing method other than IAP for the purchase of digital goods, correct?
correct. I'm not familiar with any studies like that, no.
All right. And you're not aware of any study that Apple has ever done as to any security issues that Stripe has as an alternative payment processing method, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of any study that Apple has done with regard to whether PayPal has any security issues as an alternative payment processing method, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of any study that Apple has done with regard to whether Amazon Pay is a secure alternative payment processing system to IAP, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not aware of any security study that Apple has done relating to whether Braintree provides a secure alternative payment processing system, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're not aware of any security study done by Apple which looks at whether or not any of the major credit card companies have any security issues with regard to payment processing systems, correct?
I'm not aware of any studies like that.
And let's turn to privacy for a moment. You're not aware, are you, sir, of any studies that Apple has done relating to any privacy issues with regard to the alternative payment processing system by Stripe, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not aware of any privacy study that Apple has done with regard to PayPal's payment processing system, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not aware of any privacy study that Apple has done with regard to Amazon Pay as an alternative payment processing system, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not aware of any privacy study that Apple has done with regard to Braintree's alternative payment processing system, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of any studies that Apple has done with regard to privacy issues relating to Square's alternative payment processing system, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of any studies that Apple has done to determine whether Epic's alternative payment processing system has any security issues, correct?
I'm not aware of any studies like that.
And you're not aware of any studies that Apple has done with regard to whether Epic's alternative payment processing system has any privacy issues, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not aware of any studies that demonstrate that Apple's payment processing methods are more secure than Stripe, are you?
I'm not familiar with studies like that.
And you're not aware of any studies that indicate that Apple's payment methods are more secure than PayPal, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not, in fact, aware of any studies that have compared Apple's payment services to any other third-party payment service, correct?
That's correct. I haven't seen studies like that, no.
And you've had communications with one or more developers about their desire to remove IAP from their app, correct?
The conversations I've had with developers have really been more around our commission versus their desire specifically to remove IAP. But yes, that's correct.
Hold on. Okay, page 84, 12 through 17.
Why is that up?
It should not be up, yeah.
So he just admitted he had that was a correct summary.
He qualified it, Your Honor, and this is an unqualified answer.
Good night.
You're aware, sir, aren't you, of developers who have indicated to Apple their view that the 30% commission is too high, aren't you?
Yes.
And in fact, a few developers have expressed directly to you that they think the 30% commission is too high, correct?
Yes.
And you learned at one point in time that there was a price differential between one company on iOS and on Google, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're not aware of any study that has looked at whether any alternative payment processing method that is utilized by any enterprise service is less secure than IAP, correct?
I haven't seen any studies like that.
And the enterprise, you're aware that Apple has an enterprise program?
Yes, I am. I'm not involved in that whatsoever.
But you're aware, aren't you, sir, that the enterprise program allows certain entities to receive special permission to provide their apps directly to individuals within their enterprise?
Within their company? Yeah, that's my understanding. I don't have a lot of knowledge of that program, though.
And you're aware that they can offer a payment processing solution in connection with those apps that are offered through the enterprise program, correct?
I'm not aware of that. Again, I don't have a lot of visibility into that program.
You don't know one way or the other whether any enterprise app offers a payment processing system?
I don't have direct knowledge of that to my recollection, but that's certainly possible.
But you're not aware of any study that's ever come across your desk that has indicated that any payment processing method utilized by any enterprise app is less secure than IAP, correct?
I don't recall something like that crossing my desk.
And you're aware that there are some apps that sell person-to-person experiences, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that those apps may utilize payment methods other than IAP, correct?
Yes.
And you're not aware of any study that indicates that any of the alternative payment processing methods used by any of those person-to-person experience apps are less safe or secure than IAP, correct?
Again, I haven't seen any studies along those lines.
A couple of additional things. You would agree with me, sir, that let's do it in the document.
We couldn't hear that.
Turn, if you would, please, to, Mr. Fisher, to PX174. This is in your binder.
Okay, I have it here.
All right. And did you see that you are an addressee of this document dated 27 March 2015?
Yes, I do.
And
I'm sorry, we don't have that in our binder. 174.
I can give you mine.
Thank you.
You received the document that's been marked for identification, PX174, on or about the 27th of March 2015.
Yes.
And the subject of this was forward fraudulent app on App Store.
Yes.
And underneath, in the first paragraph, it says, Tim received a complaint about this app being a scam. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is your understanding that Tim there is Tim Cook?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX174.
No objections.
Well, we have an objection that this witness lacks personal knowledge, and also there's the email with the substance in it is from a third party and therefore hearsay.
Double check. You received this, Mr. Fisher?
Yes, it appears that I received this on March 27th of 2016.
And we received it from Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
Right. The whole is permitted. Again, same issues with respect to the hearsay of non-business records.
Correct, Your Honor. Also, one thing I would add in would be also party admissions for the portion of the email that is written from the individuals at Apple. Return please to PX 2017. Okay, I've got it here, and you see that you are, the top email is from you to a number of individuals, to Mr. Q, Mr. Q as a copyee and Mr. Schiller as an addressee, among others? Yes. And you wrote the top portion of the email on June 5th, 2012, is that correct? Yes. All right. And in the middle of the email, there's an email that Mr. Schiller wrote to you, correct? Yes. And in that email, he states to you, note that you had a scam app, quote, scam reading booth, end quote, on the top chart that should not be on the store. Do you see that? Yes, I do. Okay, and you received this in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple, correct? Yes. Your Honor, we would seek to move in PX 2017.
No objection, Your Honor.
2017 submitted.
If you turn, if you would, please, to PX 2076. I'm sorry, 2076. Okay, I've got it here. All right, and you see that you are an addressee of this document that is dated January 9th, 2016? Yes. And you received this document in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple? Yes. And it is from Mr. Schiller, is it not? Yes. And in the first portion of it, it says, FYI, you're in review by some Apple bloggers. Do you see that? Yes, I do. Okay. And then it goes down, it says developer relations. Do you see that? Yes. And it says
Your Honor, we just have an objection to this document in terms of that top part is from an Apple employee, but the rest of it is hearsay.
Your Honor, let me
look at the document. So this is a document from Phil Schiller to a bunch of Apple employees. I don't see there. What are you talking about?
Well, Your Honor, the email from Mr. Schiller says that you're in review by some Apple bloggers, and then the remainder is just a repetition of what some Apple bloggers said. And again, we have the issue in terms of it being used for the truth of the matter, which is how I think it's going to be used, as opposed to noticed or some other effect.
Your Honor, it's not for, there's a variety of ways in which we would use it. It would be for state of mind. It would also be for the fact that these individuals were interested, and so for their state of mind in what people were saying about them, but for the state of mind also of the third parties.
But I'll admit it for the state of mind of Apple. I don't know how you expect me to admit it for the state of mind of a third party who's not here. I'll admit it for that limited purpose. Proceed.
All right, turn, if you would, please, to PX 2173.
Counsel, this is another one that's not in my binder.
bring up 2173? Is there any confidentiality issue with 2173?
There is not.
All right. Can you bring up PX2173, please? Mr. Fisher, could you please turn to PX2173 in your binder?
Okay, I've got it here.
All right. And do you see that you are a copyee on this document?
Yes, I do.
And you see that the subject says alert possible phishing CNCERT request on malicious code of non-official Xcode. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that as the subject.
All right. Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX2173.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Cross. And or I take it, do you have an agreement that this will also be direct?
Including you. You are joining your conference as a participant. For a menu of available commands, press *#. Your connection is now in listen-only mode.
That you provide me on the day of, and I'll have to just make day of calls.
I believe you did address those issues in your orders yesterday that I was not aware of when I made that statement.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions, Ms. West?
No questions, Your Honor.
Well, while we're waiting, everybody can stand and stretch. You sit too much in this courtroom.
I apologize for the delay, Your Honor.
That's all right. Clock's ticking.
Okay. Mr. Fisher, you know me, I'm your lawyer for Apple. I want to just follow up on some more questioning. I want to start back with what you had talked about before, and you had said your role at the App Store is Vice President of the App Store. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And how long have you been in that role, sir?
I joined the App Store team in January of 2010 and became a vice president in 2016.
And have your responsibilities changed at all from 2010 to the present?
Yes, the scope of my responsibilities have expanded, including becoming responsible for the product of the App Store.
Okay. What do you mean by the product of the App Store?
What I mean is the product experience of the App Store, the user experience of the App Store, from a product perspective for both customers as well as for developers.
And can you describe briefly your educational and employment history?
Sure. I graduated from the University of Virginia in 1995, and soon after I graduated, I started working in the media and technology space, including for some companies that were innovating in online music distribution, including N2K, CD Now, and MyPlay. And then I joined Apple in 2003 as one of the first marketing hires for iTunes, and was in that capacity until late 2009 when I was asked to run the App Store business for Apple, which I did in January of 2010.
When you say you run the App Store business, which I think you just mentioned, what does that business include?
That includes so I'm responsible for the global App Store business. That includes the App Store for iPhone, the App Store for iPad, the App Store for Apple Watch, the App Store for Apple TV, the App Store for iMessage, as well as the Mac App Store.
Okay. And so if I understand that answer, the App Store for the iPhone is different than the App Store for the iPad?
Yes, they do have some similarities. We have many apps that are available only on the iPhone. We also have many apps that are available on both iPhone and iPad. And then we also have some apps that are available only on iPad. So the catalogs have some similarities, but also some differences. And then also the user interface of the App Store on iPad is optimized a bit differently to account for the larger form factor, the larger screen.
Okay. And just for reference in this lawsuit, do you understand that this lawsuit encompasses both the App Store for the iPad and the App Store for the iPhone? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, and for purposes of our questions today, I'm just going to refer to the App Store for ease of reference to cover both of those stores. Is that okay with you?
Yes, it is.
And how would you describe what the App Store is?
The App Store is a curated store where Apple works with developers to sell and distribute their apps to customers in 175 countries and regions around the world. And each and every one of those countries has their own storefront, so people in that market access the storefront for that particular market. And we work really hard to make the App Store a marketplace that's attractive to both customers as well as to developers.
Okay. And can you describe your responsibilities in running whatever aspect of that store is?
Sure. I focus on creating a great app discovery experience for our customers and helping developers succeed on the App Store. And what I mean by that is I love helping developers reach more users, gain global visibility to our global customer base, and help them monetize their apps and help them grow their business on our platforms.
And are there areas of the App Store for which you are not responsible?
Yes. The App Store is a very cross-functional business at Apple, with many teams across the company supporting it. For example, App Review, which has come up already today, worldwide developer relations, design, human interface design, engineering, fraud and security, payments and commerce, finance, legal, HR. I don't manage any of those functions.
Okay. You were asked a series of questions from counsel about studies regarding privacy. Are you responsible for privacy on the App Store?
No, I am not.
Okay. You were asked a series of questions about security. Are you responsible for the security of the App Store?
No, I am not.
And you were asked a series of questions about app review. Are you responsible for app review?
No, I am not.
Okay. And you were asked a series of questions about fraud. Are you the person responsible for preventing fraud on the App Store?
No, I am not.
Okay. And in terms of, I'm sorry, in counsel's opening statement of this lawsuit, which I don't know that you saw, but Epic's counsel said that Apple came up with a master plan in 2010 to change the way the App Store would operate in order to lock in users and developers into the Apple ecosystem. You testified you started running the App Store in 2010, correct?
Yes.
And so from 2010 to the present, have you ever heard of such a plan?
Your Honor, this is the nature. Objection to form.
Say more, I don't understand.
Your Honor, it's the nature of argument.
Listen to the phrase.
That was the objection. In any event, sir, you
The
started.
objection was that you tied it to the opening statement.
Understood. Mr. Fisher, when did you start running the App Store? The App Store business, excuse me.
In January of 2010.
Okay. And so from January 2010 to the present, have you ever heard of a plan to change the way the App Store would operate in order to lock users and developers into the Apple ecosystem?
No.
And as the person running the App Store business, would you be aware of such a plan if one existed at Apple?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a plan that you could execute on, if there were such a plan?
I don't know how I could execute against that because the App Store, as I mentioned earlier, is a marketplace that we work hard to make attractive to both customers and users, as well as developers, neither of which we have any control over.
Let's turn to something you do have control over. What does your team actually do?
So my team has a variety of functions, including editorial, business management, and product.
Okay. And let's take those one by one. What is the editorial team responsible?
Do you set rates?
No.
Go ahead.
And so what is the editorial team responsible for?
So my editorial team is responsible for having a deep knowledge of the App Store catalog, meaning the apps and games that developers have made available for sale and distribution in the store. And they, from that catalog, try out and select and ultimately feature and highlight apps and games and developers to our global customer base on the App Store across the Today, Games, and Apps tabs.
Okay, and how does the editorial team go about finding apps and developers to feature on the App Store?
A variety of ways. My editorial team really needs to be on top of what developers are working on, whether it's new apps or games that they plan to distribute on the App Store, as well as updates to existing apps and games. And so that's one major way. And then quite a number of years ago, we created a web portal where developers of all shapes and sizes all around the world can communicate directly with my editorial team to tell us about what they're working on for editorial featuring consideration on the App Store. That's available at appstore.com/promote.
And then moving on to the second group you mentioned was the business management team within your organization. What do they do?
My business management team manages the business relationships with developers and provides developers with expert guidance to help them make smart business decisions for whatever their business goals may be.
Does that team discuss different business models that are available on the App Store?
Yeah, so my business management team, first of all, Apple provides a lot of flexibility to developers on what types of business models they can take advantage of. And my business management team has a lot of expertise and knowledge of all of those different business models, and then shares insights and guidance with developers, ultimately to help developers make the best decision for their business and ultimately to help grow their business on the App Store.
And then the third team, I believe you identified, was the product team. What does that team do?
So my product team is responsible for creating a great app discovery experience for our customers, and also to support our developers with great tools and technology. So there's a consumer-facing part of that team that focuses on discovery features like search, browse, and personalization. And then there's also a developer-focused part of the team that focuses on developer tools and technologies, things like App Store Connect, App Analytics, Game Center, and more.
Okay, and you mentioned that as part of that, I think the consumer-facing team, I think you mentioned, or the product team itself focuses on discovery features. And why is that issue, app discoverability, important?
So app discoverability is incredibly important for us, for everyone that works on the App Store. And first and foremost, we love helping our customers discover great apps and games that can help them get the most out of their Apple devices. And we also love helping developers reach more users and help grow their business. And so I think both sides of that coin are really important, and that's why app discoverability is important.
And has the look and feel of the App Store itself changed since the beginning of the App Store in 2008?
Yes, quite a bit. The App Store launched with 500 apps back in 2008, and we have now nearly 2 million. So the user interface of the App Store has evolved substantially. We have redesigned the App Store multiple times since 2008. We've added lots of features to help customers better find and download what apps and games that might interest them. We've added lots of new features to help developers reach users efficiently and drive downloads and reach more users and build their business. And I think user interface and the look and feel kind of culminated with a redesign that we did in 2017.
And I'd like to introduce Exhibit DX3422, which hopefully Your Honor has. We have binders. I think the council already has one. And may I approach Your Honor to the witness?
And I do have it.
Thank you.
Sorry, you're going to have to deal with another big binder, Mr. Fisher, but can you tab over to DX3422?
Okay, I've got it.
Okay. And can you describe for us what DX3422 is?
So it's multiple emails, but the first of which was an email that I sent to our global App Store team in June of 2014. This was looks like a week after our annual Worldwide Developer Conference, and I was highlighting a bunch of the new features that we had just announced and would be launching later that year with the upcoming version of our iOS operating system to help customers discover apps more easily and to help developers build apps and grow their business. And I just wanted to send a note out to the global team thanking them for all their hard work to get us to that point.
Is this email here that you're conveying indicating changes to the look and feel of the App Store?
Yes, among other things, but yes, there were some design and user interface changes that we had done at that time frame.
Yeah, I'd like to move DX 3422 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
22, or 3422 is admitted.
Okay, Mr. Fisher, if you could turn now to DX 3642.
Okay.
And let me know when you've had a chance to familiarize yourself with it.
I remember this, yes.
First of all, did you receive 3642 at some point?
3642 is a press release that Apple sent out announcing the all-new App Store from 2017. It was a major redesign that we had done.
Okay. And this was a press release from who issued this press release?
The Apple PR team.
And can you turn to the second page of this document? It ends in .002 at the bottom middle there.
Okay.
And can you explain what the today section is describing in this press release?
Yeah, so we with this major redesign that we did, we created a new homepage for the App Store called Today. And really the vision was to create a daily destination that's all about celebrating games and apps and developers and kind of app culture, how apps have impacted people's lives. And so this new homepage is something that we were really excited about, and we're putting a lot of resources into. And
forgive me if this seems like an obvious question, but how often is the Today page updated?
Today is indeed updated every day. And as I mentioned earlier, the App Store is available in 175 countries and regions around the world, and we actually update this every single day all around the world.
And Your Honor, at this time, we have a little demonstrative of what the Today page looks like. We've shown it to the opposing counsel, and I understand there's no objection.
All right.
Can we show it?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Fisher, if you can take a look at your screen there, can you walk us through what we're seeing?
Yeah, this is the Today tab. This is, I think, looks like it's probably from a few days ago on May 4th. Some Star Wars fans might know that's kind of a big day, May the 4th, instead of May the 4th, be with you. So we did a big, I think, kind of fun editorial feature where we highlighted a bunch of kind of Star Wars related apps and games. Now back on the Today tab here, here's a collection of apps that my editorial team we're highlighting top apps right now. And then scrolling down a little bit, this was something that our editorial team was doing around celebrating Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. There's some apps to support the AAPI community. And then going a little bit further down, this is something we do quite often where we highlight developers and where my editorial team sits down with developers and oftentimes does kind of behind-the-scenes interviews with developers to kind of shine a light on you know, the innovative stuff that our developer community does. And then scrolling down, every day we do an app of the day. We highlight an app of the day. So this looks like a Star Wars-related thing. And then we also do a daily game of the day. And so it's just an easy way to, you know, kind of discover new apps or learn about apps that you might already be familiar with. And then we also personalize the App Store Today tab. And so here's another developer spotlight. We sat down with the developer of Waterminder, and highlighted some stuff about them. It looks like they're a small company. There's 9 people at the company, and they launched the app in 2013. And so, this is something that we enjoy doing, is especially shining a light on smaller companies that might not have the marketing budget or the marketing teams to get visibility. And we're doing this, highlighting these developers all around the world.
Thank you. And if you can move back to the Exhibit 3642, I can have you look at the third page, and there's a heading there that says Games and Apps. Can you explain what that is referring to?
Yeah, so in the 2017 redesign, we decided to kind of create a dedicated destination for games with its own tab. And games is the most popular category on the App Store, and something that we thought would really help people who are interested in learning more about games, discovering new games, or learning about things that developers might be doing and existing games they might already have. And then we decided to do the same thing for kind of non-games, and that's called the Apps tab.
Okay. And just one more page here. If you turn all the way to the 5th page, it says App Product Pages. What are App Product Pages, or what changes were made there?
Yeah, so when an app is available on the App Store, every single app has its own product page. And this is something that I think is really important for both customers as well as for developers. What we had done in the redesign, we had completely redesigned the product page, which had been quite kind of static for quite a number of years, with the goal of really putting the most helpful information above the fold for customers, so they could make an educated purchase decision if they were downloading a new app. And so we put the star ratings in higher if the app happened to chart. In our charts, we put that front and center. We were highlighting what we call video app previews, is indicated by this little kind of play button there, and that would automatically play if you were looking at a device. And so those are some of the changes we made to the app product pages at that time.
At this point, Your Honor, we'd like to move DX 3642 into evidence.
No objection.
Amen.
Thank you. And Mr. Fisher, how was your team able to maintain the new features and content on the App Store?
So this was a sizable investment on our part. We grew the global team significantly to support this, not only within what I'm responsible for on the business side, but in other groups like design. And to execute that Today tab on a daily basis all around the world, we hired what I feel are some world-class journalists as well as designers from leading publications all over the world to come and help us with that effort.
Okay. And have you received any feedback from developers on the redesign?
Yes, I have.
And what kind of feedback have you received?
The feedback that I've received and seen in surveys and things have been overwhelmingly positive, especially from smaller developers. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of smaller developers don't have the marketing teams or PR teams that really kind of help grow their business. They're really focused on just creating a great app. And so I think what we have done with this redesign has really kind of provided a huge boost of support, especially for smaller developers.
And have you, as part of your job, looked at other app stores to see what type of editorial efforts that they are maintaining on their stores?
Yes, I have.
And to the extent you've done that, how does the Apple App Store team's editorial efforts compare to what other app stores are doing?
Well, I might be biased, but I certainly think that what we do is incredibly unique, and I certainly have not seen any marketplace that distributes apps or games do what we're doing in terms of providing marketing and editorial support like this to developers.
And do developers pay for any of this support?
No, they do not.
Okay. And does Apple do anything? What other initiatives does your team do to support developers, if anything?
So there's a group that used to be in my organization that's no longer in my organization, which is our marketing team. And we do a lot of what we've talked about is kind of things we do on the App Store itself. But we invest significantly in marketing outside of the App Store through things like paid advertising, social media, emails, and marketing partnerships. And we provide developers with lots of support off of the store as well.
And when you just said paid advertising, who is paying for that advertising in the case that you're talking about here?
So in that case, Apple's paying 100% of that advertising. It comes out of our ad budget.
And why has Apple chosen to provide all of this support to developers at no cost to the developers?
So as I've mentioned, I think a couple times, we work really hard to make the App Store an attractive marketplace for both customers as well as for developers. Developers will only be interested in the App Store if we've got customers who are there and interested in learning about the apps and games that they're creating. And so I think continuing to invest in the App Store, which we've done since we launched the App Store in 2008, and I certainly plan to for a long time into the future, and we want to make that a great experience for both customers and developers.
And do you know if developers have specifically benefited from any of the features of the 2017 redesign?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
I've heard directly from developers, and we've seen...
Objection, Your Honor.
The question is, how do you know that? So,
do you have an understanding of what the impact of the redesign has had on developers, Mr. Fisher?
Yes, I have access to the data around the impact of the redesign on developers.
And what does that data show you?
The data showed me that more people are visiting the App Store, more people are downloading apps from the App Store, more people are spending money on apps on the App Store, we've paid more money out to developers from our editorial and marketing efforts.
Can you remind me, when did that start?
Well, the redesign launched in the fall of 2017.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I want to switch subjects, Mr. Fisher, to Apple and your relationship with Epic. Was Fortnite the first Epic game that was available on the App Store?
No, it was not.
What did Epic offer on the App Store before Fortnite?
In 2010, Epic launched a game, or I know they announced it in 2010. I don't remember the exact launch date, called Infinity Blade, and we actually worked very closely with them. We invited them to join us on stage for the iPhone event in the fall of 2010 to make that announcement. And they launched the sequel the following year. Actually, the first one did so well that we invited them back to join us on stage for the subsequent iPhone event in the fall of 2011. And then they launched another game in that series, Infinity Blade 3, in 2013.
And at what point did you become personally involved in the Apple-Epic relationship?
So our teams and many other teams at Apple worked with Epic for many years, and I personally became more involved after Epic launched Fortnite on the App Store in March of 2018.
Okay. And then did Apple and Epic continue to work together after the Fortnite launch in 2018?
Yes, we work much more closely together between our two companies. And a few months after Fortnite launched, which again was in March of 2018, in June of 2018, I flew to North Carolina and met with Mark Rain, who is one of the co-founders of Epic, at their headquarters outside of Raleigh. And Mark and I spent several hours together talking about ways that our companies could work more closely together around Fortnite and potentially other projects.
And did that in fact happen after you met with Mr. Rain in the summer of 2018?
Yes, we and our teams met more regularly throughout the remainder of the year, and Mark and I worked closely together on a big promotion for Fortnite around the holiday season on the App Store in December of 2018.
Okay. And what was the nature of that promotion? If you can talk about that.
Yeah, so we had kind of looked at the different things they were doing in the game and identified that there was or Mark rather brought up to me that there was a skin that they would be willing to make available in the game to App Store customers around the Christmas time period of 2018. And so we worked together and I did a big promotion on the App Store to support that offer, both on the store, and we did a bunch of marketing outside of the store, and it was very successful.
And by the way, does Epic pay for any of that? Pay Apple for any of that support?
No, they did not.
And did Apple and Epic work together in any other respect during the 2018 holiday season?
Yes, Mark reached out to me. I don't recall the exact time period, but I believe it was sometime in the fall of 2018, and maybe closer to the holidays. And he let me know that gifting was becoming more popular within Fortnite on some of the other platforms that Fortnite was available on. But he pointed out to me that the App Store review guidelines had a guideline that did not allow for gifting. And I asked Mark to kind of educate me about how gifting worked in Fortnite on other platforms and things they were doing on their side to make sure that was a kind of a safe experience. And we so after Mark shared that information with me, I had a conversation with a handful of colleagues internally, and we decided to revisit the existing App Store review guidelines that did not allow for gifting at that time.
First of all, what is gifting, if you could talk about that?
So gifting is the concept, and what Epic had reached out to me about was the concept of in-app gifting. So like the gifting of V-Bucks, which is their virtual currency in Fortnite. And so that's what gifting is, gifting from one user to another. And ultimately, that proposal was brought to ERB, which was referenced earlier today. And the ERB decided to update the guidelines and ultimately make a change to the guidelines for all developers, not just for Epic, but for all developers. And when we make a change, we want to make a change that applies equally to all developers.
And can you talk to how Apple continued to work with Epic into 2019 and 2020 at a high level?
Yes. So in early 2019, Epic had reached out to let us know that they were going to be conducting and organizing an in-game concert in Fortnite with an artist named Marshmello. And I was familiar with Marshmello and his music, so I kind of knew what they were talking about. And it sounded to me pretty cool. And my team and I got excited about it, and we worked closely with Epic to get marketing assets and things, and we promoted this Marshmello concert on the App Store, as well as through marketing outside of the App Store. And that was, I believe, early February of 2019.
And any other notable initiatives in 2019 or 2020?
No, the teams were working closely together throughout the year on a wide variety of promotions. Fortnite was launching new seasons, and so that would always be a kind of a marketing moment that we would collaborate together and highlight those new kind of in-app events that they were doing in Fortnite, both on the App Store as well as through marketing outside of the App Store.
Okay. If you could take a look in your binder, I'd like to move in, I guess I'd like to turn to 3636, DX 3636.
Okay.
And Mr. Fisher, is this an email chain that you were involved in?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And could you describe briefly what this email chain is?
Yes. This was from April of 2020, and kind of similar to the in-game concert that I was just talking about from 2019 that Epic did in Fortnite with Marshmallow. They had reached out to us in April of 2020 to let us know that they were doing something similar, but I think they viewed it as bigger with an artist named Travis Scott for a big in-game concert. And they told us about this quite last minute. I think maybe it was a week or so before it ultimately took place. And typically they had told us about things a little bit earlier in advance so we could plan for it. But I thought this was a really cool concept. And Travis Scott is a prominent artist. He said, "Hey, let's get behind this." And so we kind of dropped everything we were doing and scrambled and did a big promotion for this Fortnite Travis Scott in-game concert on the top of the Today tab, top of our homepage, as well as the top spot on our Games tab, which gets a lot of App Store visitors on a daily basis. And I wanted to let the Epic team know about all the things that we were doing to support their Fortnite in-game concert.
And in the middle of this email, there's an email responding back to you from Mark Rain. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And I think you've mentioned him before, but do you know who Mr. Rain is?
Yes, my understanding is he's the co-founder of Epic.
Okay. And Mr. Rain writes to you, in part at least, quote, "Thank you so much for the support. It's going to be a really fun event, and we've got more fun stuff planned for the next few weeks and months." Correct? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And how did you take that comment from Mr. Rain?
I took it that Mark was very appreciative for our support and what we were doing to give them more visibility on the App Store.
Okay. And the top email from April 23rd, 2020 is from a Mr. Adam Sussman. Do you know who Mr. Sussman is?
Yes.
Who is Mr. Sussman?
Adam was the new president at Epic, and I've known Adam for at this point over a decade when he had worked at a variety of companies. And when Adam started working at Epic, we connected and we spoke several times leading up to this correspondence and explored ways that we could, our teams and the companies could work more closely together.
Okay. And Mr. Sussman says to you, quote, "Thanks, Matt. This is great support, and we are so excited to see this in the store. We're looking forward to an amazing event and working together on our future calendar." Did I read that right?
Yes.
And what was your reaction in response to that comment from Mr. Sussman?
Similar to Mark's response, I felt Adam was very appreciative of everything we were doing to support this in-game concert, and what was more important to me is that he was looking forward to working together on their future calendar, and I was very excited about that and receptive to that.
Did you expect that you would continue to work with Epic on future projects?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. When was the last time you interacted with anybody at Epic, Mr. Fisher?
It was in June of last year, of 2020. Adam and I, after the success of the Travis Scott in-game concert, we talked about bringing our teams together during our annual Worldwide Developer Conference, which is always a very busy week for us at Apple that work on the App Store and work with developers. But we prioritized meeting with Epic that week, and it was for a quarterly business review. So we talked about kind of the up-to-date performance of not only Fortnite, but Epic also has other apps in the store. They had acquired a company called House Party, that we had a close relationship with prior to their acquisition. And so we talked about Fortnite, we talked about House Party, and ways that our teams could work more closely together to help them reach more users and help them grow their business on the App Store.
And so when were you one of the recipients of the email from Mr. Sweeney to the Apple team on August 13th, 2020, notifying that Epic was going to implement some kind of a hot fix?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what was your reaction to that email?
I was blindsided.
Okay. I want to turn to.
Are you offering 3636?
Thank you, Your Honor. I am.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Okay. Mr. Fisher, are the rules for the App Store, the app review guidelines, are they the same or different depending on who the developer is?
The App Store review guidelines apply equally to all developers.
Okay. And are the rules applied? I'm sorry, I have a slightly different question, which is, are the rules themselves the same for all developers?
Yes.
And are the rules applied the same way to all developers?
Yes.
Do any developers receive a special break or dispensation from those rules?
No.
Does Apple ever change those rules?
We do change the guidelines. As I mentioned, that instance with when Epic reached out about this particular guideline, we always appreciate getting feedback from developers, and oftentimes if we think that an update to the guidelines makes sense for our developers, it makes sense for our customers, it makes sense for Apple, then we'll update the guidelines, and we've done that continuously since we first created the guidelines many years ago.
Okay. And earlier in questioning by Epic's counsel, you were confronted with the term whitelisted developers. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that a term that you have ever used?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And I believe you said whitelisted developers get to do what, or she asked you, do whitelisted developers get to do what other developers don't get to do? I don't know if you heard that question, but what is your, if you want to clarify or respond to that question, do you have a reaction to that?
Yes. From time to time, developers come to Apple with ideas of new features or new capabilities, and of course, sometimes we within the company come up with new ideas of things that we want to do in the App Store, whether it's things that we think will be helpful to improve the customer experience, or things that we think will be helpful to developers. And oftentimes, before we're ready to kind of roll out a feature to the world, to all developers or to all customers, we want to test a feature. In this particular case, this is something that we were testing, was brought to my attention with a few companies to kind of see how this particular feature would perform, with the intention that if it performed well, then it would be something that we would roll out to all developers.
Okay. Moving to another subject.
If I can interpose. So then when someone has something in a beta version, is it live to a subset, or who does that go to, the beta testing of apps?
Thank you, Yana. When a developer has a beta version of an app, we have a service called TestFlight that they can use to distribute that beta version of their app to end users.
For all end users or a subset?
So the maximum distribution on a TestFlight app is 10,000 users.
Okay.
And the developer is responsible for soliciting those users. So Apple doesn't necessarily connect them with users. Developers can post a tweet on Twitter, and then people can agree to using that beta version, but that's not the version that's available in the App Store.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And Mr. Fisher, does Apple take feedback from developers on how to improve the App Store experience?
Developers are not a shy bunch. And yes, they give us feedback all the time. And we take all their feedback really seriously. And it actually really helps me and my product team prioritize the developer-facing features that we should be, supporting as part of our ongoing product roadmap.
Okay. And does Apple solicit only positive feedback from developers, or does it ask for feedback, both whatever that feedback may be?
I believe, as Ms. Forrest pointed out, she showed me some examples of our developer survey from a few years ago, and sometimes the feedback is positive, sometimes the feedback is negative or more constructive, and we love getting all feedback from developers, regardless of whether it's positive or negative.
Okay. Since you mentioned that exhibit, let's turn to that exhibit. It's PX2062, and I apologize, Mr. Fisher. I think it's going to be in the black binder that's now at the foot of your area there. It's not in the white binder. They're both giant binders, and you get your exercise for the day.
I hope he gets a little more exercise than that.
That would be exercise for my day.
Could you please repeat the exhibit number?
2062.
Okay.
Okay. And if you look on the first page of 2062, it's 2062.1. You recall that Ms. Forrest directed you to a bullet at the bottom about a comment about the App Store. It's the very first sub-bullet at the bottom of the page. I think it's labeled number 1. You see it. The App Store is plagued with.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And then she had you read some criticism that they had. Can you read the line right above that criticism?
Although I gave the App Store a high rating, there are a few pitfalls which Apple can address.
Right. And then Ms. Forrest had you read one of those issues, right?
Yes.
Okay. You could turn to the third page. Of the same document, and there's a heading at the bottom that says App Review. Do you see that heading?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Fisher had you read a bullet or two under there. Do you recall that?
Ms. Forrest, yes.
Sorry, Ms. Forrest. So, yes. And are you in charge of App Review?
No, I am not.
Okay. And if you can turn to the fifth page, do you recall that you were asked to read some headings under the search ads section?
Yes.
Are you in charge of search ads, sir?
No, I am not.
Okay. And then on the next page, in the middle of the series of bullets in the middle of the page, there was a bullet that you read about the testing process. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you responsible for that, sir, the testing of apps?
No, I am not.
Okay, you can put that document away. And I think you've mentioned this, and so I'll just ask it again cleanly, though, but do you have responsibility for App Review?
No, I do not.
Okay. And Ms. Fisher, Ms. Forrest, I'll get that eventually. Ms. Forrest asked you a series of questions about certain apps that I think she called them rip-off apps, money laundering apps, fake apps, fraudulent refunds, and asked if you had heard of those things being on the App Store. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in what capacity did you learn about those things?
Typically in my capacity as a participant at ERB, it's something through email. I'm often added to emails that are related to the App Store or related to developers or related to customers. People often add me just as an FYI or give me a heads up on something even if I don't have a direct responsibility over it.
Great. And are you responsible for remedying those issues for Apple?
I'm certainly an advocate for anything that we can do to make the entire App Store better and the experience better for customers and developers, but oftentimes when it comes to those specific things, I'm not the person who's directly responsible for it.
And what is your understanding of what Apple does when it discovers one of these types of issues on the App Store?
Yeah, so whether it's me or anyone else, I mean, if I ever get an email about any issue of alleged fraud, I immediately forward it to our fraud and security team for immediate investigation.
And if we can turn to Exhibit PX58, which was one, it's probably in the very thin black binder you have. This was one of the very first documents you were asked about, Mr. Fisher. It's in the other one, sir. That one. It's PX0058.
This is my deposition.
Okay.
And I don't see another one with 58 on it.
May I approach you, Honor? I'll just hand. No.
You may approach.
I'm sorry, actually. Can you check the big binder you have to see if 58 is in there? It was one of the early emails that you were asked about by Ms. Forrest.
59, PX 59 is the first one I have in here.
Okay.
Unless it's out of order, I don't.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna hand it. I'll hand it to you.
Hold on.
This was, I believe, maybe in the binder of exhibits that were read in before Mr. Fisher arrived. But can I show him 50? Can I bring 58 to him?
You can. 58 submitted, and it is in that list. But I believe he was questioned on it because I have notes on it.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not up there, but okay. You were a questioner. Thank you. And Mr. Fisher, do you recall testifying about this email?
Yes, I do. Earlier this morning.
Right. And I think counsel for Epic asked you to read in a line, but you didn't provide any actual testimony on this email, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay. And just so we can set this up here, this is an email chain at the top of which it's you and Ms. Tanya Washburn from June of 2016 with this title, Competitor Apps in Voice Over Collection. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the bottom of the email, I believe the line that was read had to do with a colleague of yours saying, quote, Matt feels extremely strong about not featuring our competitors on the App Store. Do you recall her reading that?
Yes, I do.
Can you provide us a little bit more context around what this email exchange has to do with, and that comment in particular?
Yes, this is someone who was and still is a person on my team who was communicating to someone named Andrea, who I don't know, saying that I feel extremely strong about not featuring competitors on the App Store, and that is definitely not accurate, and she was very misinformed and followed up with her manager, who's Tanya Washburn. That's why I forwarded the email.
And what is your view of featuring competitors on the App Store?
So we have promoted apps that are competitive to Apple apps since before I joined the App Store team in 2010. And we continue to not only distribute, but to feature and promote apps that are competitive to Apple apps on the store. We do this all the time. I can provide lots of examples if there's any interest, but we do that. We do that regularly.
Can you provide just a few examples?
Sure. Apple has a video subscription service called Apple TV Plus. And before Apple TV Plus launched and subsequent to Apple TV Plus launching, we've promoted apps that are competitive to that, whether it's Disney Plus or Hulu or Paramount Plus or Peacock or many other examples of apps that anyone would say are directly competitive. And we not only promote them, when we work closely with these companies, we highlight them, we put them on the Today tab, we give them lots of marketing and editorial support.
In close to the end of your testimony with Ms. Forrest, you had a colloquy about the use of the term commission versus the use of the term IAP. Did you want to clarify as to what you mean by those two terms?
Sure. IAP is a set of features that are part of the App Store Commerce Engine. And IAP in its simplest form is a way to sell digital content within an app. But actually, it's much more complicated than that. It's a lot more things than that. And IAP, as part of the Commerce Engine, enables the safe and frictionless delivery of digital goods from a developer to an end user. IAP, as part of the Commerce Engine, helps unlock features to improve the user experience, like Ask to Buy, which is something that my wife and I use. We've got 2 young kids, and we don't necessarily want them purchasing stuff just yet. So when they want to get something, it sends it immediately to us, and we can say yes or no. And so that's all part of the functionality and technologies as part of IAP as the Commerce Engine. But also that IAP and a Commerce Engine enables us to, as part of our process for recording sales, for managing payments to developers, and also to efficiently collect our commission. And so that's IAP. I'm guilty, and I think lots of other people, both within Apple and outside of Apple, are guilty of conflating IAP and what I just talked about with Apple's commission. And I've done that from time to time, and other people internally have done that from time to time, but they are two very different things.
And can you turn in your binder to PX 202? So I'm sorry, it's the white one now.
Okay. Could you repeat the?
Yes, it's PX 202.
Okay.
And this is an email involving yourself, Mr. Fisher, and there's others individuals, Lindsay Blumenthal, Carson Oliver, from December 2012, right?
No, it was from December of 2018.
I'm sorry, December of 2018, December 12th, 2018, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And who are Ms. Blumenthal and Mr. Oliver?
So Lindsay Blumenthal was at the time a member of my business management team, and Carson Oliver was and remains the leader of my business management team, and Carson reports directly to me.
Okay. And it appears that Ms. Blumenthal has written a message to you, copying Mr. Oliver, regarding Lyft, the Lyft service. Can you describe what that email is discussing there?
Sure. So I think I would say the first 10 years or so of the App Store, things were pretty easy to understand and kind of black and white when it relates to what Apple felt we deserved a commission for and what we didn't. And so, from the inception of the App Store, again, predates my time. I joined the team in 2010. But the decision was made that for an app that sells physical goods and services, Apple didn't make sense for Apple to earn a commission as part of that, because we ultimately didn't know whether the physical good or service would be delivered to the end user, right? Call for an Uber or a Lyft, go from point A to point B. We have no visibility into whether that happened, or you order paper towels from Amazon. We don't know if it shows up at your front door. With digital goods and services, we know when that purchase takes place, because it happens through our commerce engine. We know when the goods have been delivered from the developer to the end user in the case of in-app purchases or in-app subscriptions. And we feel very justified that we earn our commission for those types of transactions. What this was about was something that we had never seen before, which is businesses that were primarily focused in the physical goods and services space that were starting to create what I called at the time and how I still view it, which are kind of like hybrid subscriptions, where you've got, part of the subscription is for something physical, part of the subscription is for something digital. And, at this time back in 2018, we were starting to see, certain developers experiment with this, and we were internally just trying to wrap our head around, what this means, and, how can we support these developers with what they want to do from a business perspective, while at the same time, having kind of clear guidance. So this was all about kind of that time period. And in this particular case, this was with the company Lyft, which clearly you would all say is they're in the physical goods and services space, with ride sharing. But they were testing some things that were, kind of, again, this hybrid of physical plus digital. And so Lindsay is just relaying, communication that she had with Tristan Kosminka, who was and still runs App Review. And, what Lindsay wrote here, hi, Matt, Tristan confirmed that IEP was optional for membership subscriptions, but communicated this message to Lyft today. And I was kind of using that same language in my response and said, thanks, unfortunately, IEP being optional means that no one will ever use it. What I meant was, Apple's commission. And this is an example of kind of what I acknowledged earlier, where sometimes even I and others conflate, the two. And what I meant was, hey, if a developer has the option of, sharing a commission with Apple or not, then, as a reasonable business person, why would they share a commission?
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I have no further questions at this time.
We have just 3 minutes. So do you want to get started, or you want to go ahead?
I'm happy to get started, Your Honor. I won't finish, but I can get started. Mr. Fisher, you had some questions from counsel on things that you have responsibility for and don't have responsibility for. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And you mentioned earlier, and then again with counsel, that you are a member of the Executive Review Board, correct?
Yes, I am.
And the Executive Review Board has the acronym ERB, correct?
Yes.
And among the highest level executives are on the Executive Review Board, correct?
We have some high-level executives on the ERB, yes.
Among the highest, correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
All right. And the Executive Review Board receives reports on all major issues within the App Store, correct?
I wouldn't characterize it as that.
Let me put it differently, okay? If there was anything that was truly major going on in the App Store, you would expect that the executives on the ERB would be made aware of that fact, correct?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Now, you also talked about plan and whether or not you would have been aware of a plan relating to the App Store, correct? I'm sorry. You, in connection with counsel or questions from your counsel, talked about whether or not you would have been aware of a plan with regard to the App Store, correct?
Yes.
And you said you would not have been, correct?
I said I would have been aware of a plan if one such existed.
I'm sorry. You're exactly right. Now, you told me on direct that you were not, in fact, a creator of the App Store in 2008, correct?
That is correct. I joined the team in 2010.
All right. So if there had been an earlier plan than 2000, the time that you joined it, you may not have known about it, correct?
for the type of plan that my counsel described, I would imagine that I would be aware of that plan as the person who's responsible for the global App Store business at Apple.
When you say you imagine, you're speculating, right? I mean, you don't know what you don't know for the portion of the job when you weren't even there, correct?
It's possible.
Now, you also said that there are updates to the App Store around the world, correct?
I don't know what you mean by updates to the App Store.
I think that you were talking about the Today tab and changes to the Today tab, and they propagate around the world on a very regular basis, correct?
Yes, I recall talking about that.
All right. Would you agree with me that the updates to the Today tab are, generally speaking, the same, but for language differences that might occur around the world?
No, I would not say that.
Tell me what the differences would be, in a general sense.
Sure. So, for example, in a market like Japan, there's many apps that are available only in the Japanese market. Or, for example, games that might be only either available in the Japanese market or only what we might feel is relevant to the Japanese market, or games that might be only localized into kanji or a particular language. And so that's what I mean. The Japan editorial team will highlight things that are, from their perspective, relevant to their market, and that might be different than things, let's say, that we would feature in the United States or in the UK or in Brazil or in China or in Australia.
If I went back to the Today tab for the last week.
Okay, finish up. Go ahead.
If I went back to the Today tab for the last week, would I find that the majority of the content on the Today tab would be the same across the world? And there may be differences, but the majority of the content would be the same.
I don't think so, but I haven't done the type of exercise that you're referring to.
All right, let's go ahead and take our second break. We'll stand in recess until 1:15. Thank you.
You are muted. You can mute or unmute yourself by pressing star 6.
All right, we're back on the record. We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the parties are present. You may proceed, Ms. Forrest.
All right, thank you. Mr. Fisher, during your testimony with your counsel, we saw that Apple featured third-party apps within its App Store, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that Apple doesn't allow other companies to feature collections of third-party apps in the App Store?
That's my understanding, yes.
You were also asked some questions by your counsel regarding a December promotion, 2018. Do you recall that?
Yes.
It had to do with a Fortnite holiday outfit. Do you recall that generally?
Yes.
You're aware, aren't you, that prior to the promotion actually going live, Apple inadvertently leaked the IP assets for that promotion, aren't you?
I don't recall that, no.
You don't recall a situation arising in which the artwork for the holiday outfit was leaked in advance to that promotion?
I don't remember that.
You were also asked some questions by your counsel relating to PX64, which is the document that says Hulu is part of the set of whitelisted developers. Do you recall those questions?
I do, yes.
All right. And you might want to just take a look, if you could, at PX64. It's going to be in the binder that, the small binder, I think, that you had, the big binder.
3 binders, a small black binder, a large black binder, and a large white binder.
Your Honor, may I approach and help the witness find the document?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Fisher, do you now have PX64 in front of you?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
And do you see in that same sentence that I was just referring to, Hulu is a part of the set of whitelisted developers, that it's referring to Hulu as part of a set?
Yes.
You know which other developers were in that set?
I don't recall, no.
And do you see how it refers to, in plural, whitelisted developers? Do you know who the other developers were?
No, I don't.
All right. You also referred in your testimony with your counsel to the Marshmallow concert. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you said you were familiar with Marshmallow's music, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with Marshmallow's music just in the world of listening to music.
I've got a background, as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, working in the music industry, so I'm a big music fan and grew up playing music, yes.
But you didn't, for instance, first hear of Marshmallow's music in connection with the Fortnite app, is that right?
No, I did not. My kids are Marshmallow fans.
And Marshmallow is a DJ, would you agree?
That's my understanding of what he does, EDM, kind of electronic dance music.
So Marshmallow, you would agree, is a well-known DJ in the music world, correct?
Yes, I would say so.
And there was a concert of Marshmallow that was hosted within Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
And you recall, don't you, that there were over 10 million attendees at that Marshmallow concert?
I don't know if that's the correct number or not.
Did you ever come to learn that there were millions, at least, of attendees at the Marshmallow concert within Fortnite?
I think that the people that I worked with at Epic at the time mentioned that to me.
And do you have any reason to disbelieve that information?
No.
And you're aware, aren't you, that Apple created a playlist of the Marshmallow music played during that concert hosted within Fortnite, correct?
What I remember from that campaign is that I was so excited about this that I brought in the Apple Music team, which is in a different part of Apple, with Epic's permission, and Epic was excited to bring Apple Music in, and I believe that the Apple Music team did do something to amplify that in-game concert with Marshmallow.
And you're aware, aren't you, that within Apple Music, a totally separate app, one could actually acquire the Marshmallow playlist that was played within Fortnite, correct?
I don't recall exactly what Apple Music did to support that promotion.
You just don't know one way or the other.
I just don't remember it. It was a couple years ago.
Now, you said that you also were aware of a Travis Scott concert that was hosted within Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
And Travis Scott is actually he's a musician, not a DJ, correct?
He's a hip-hop artist, yes.
And you were aware of Travis Scott's music prior to it even being raised by Epic as a possibility within Fortnite, correct?
Yes.
So you learned about Travis Scott's music completely separately from having heard about it in connection with Fortnite, correct?
I first heard about Travis Scott's music through something besides Fortnite.
In fact, just in terms of listening to music or talking to people about music, something like that.
Yes, I don't remember exactly where I first learned about Travis Scott.
And you said that Epic didn't give Apple a lot of notice before the Travis Scott event. Do you recall that?
That was what my team mentioned to me, that it was later noticed than previous promotions and campaigns that we had done together.
And you recall, don't you, that the Travis Scott concert occurred chronologically after the Marshmallow concert?
Yes, I remember Travis Scott took place last year. Yes.
And you recall, don't you, that Apple Music actually leaked the entire set list for the Marshmallow concert weeks before the Marshmallow event was hosted within Fortnite?
Marshmallow or Scott?
Marshmallow.
I do not remember that at all, no.
You never heard that before the Marshmallow event occurred, Apple Music had actually leaked the playlist?
I don't recall ever hearing that, no.
And you never heard that was the reason why Epic was concerned about giving Apple too much notice of the Travis Scott concert?
I don't recall hearing anything about that.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that the Travis the Travis Scott concert was a big success?
I believe it was a big success, and what the people at Epic told me was that they were really pleased with how it went for them.
And in fact, it was a full concert for Travis Scott within the Fortnite app, correct?
I'm not sure about that.
And you're aware, aren't you, that there were, again, millions of attendees at the Travis Scott concert that was hosted within Fortnite?
That is my understanding, yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that as a result, Fortnite was discussed as the largest concert venue ever in the world?
I don't remember hearing that, no.
You never remember hearing that?
I don't, no.
You don't ever remember hearing that nobody else in the world had ever hosted a concert of over 10 million attendees at a single time?
I don't remember that specific statistic.
Now, you also talked about your knowledge of the inventory within the App Store. Do you recall that?
I don't recall saying my knowledge. I think I was referring to my editorial team and discussing some of their responsibilities.
And you recall that you talked about games being placed within a game area within the App Store, correct?
Yes, as part of our 2017 redesign, we created a games destination called the Games tab.
And there's also an App tab. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And that App tab can be found at the bottom of the App Store homepage, correct?
Not from the homepage, but there's navigation in the App Store app, and on the bottom of that, there's the Today tab, the Games tab, the Apps tab, and other tabs.
All right. And I'd like to show you what I have marked for identification as PX2951. May I hand up a copy to Your Honor and bring a copy over to the witness?
Yes, please.
And are you familiar, sir, with the app House Party?
Yes, I am.
And do you see House Party here? Do you recognize PX2951 as a screenshot of the House Party app on the App Store?
Yes, this was an editorial collection that my editorial team created where we featured House Party.
And House Party is, if you look at the bottom of PX2951, it's listed to be found under the App section of the App Store. Would you agree?
Yes.
Not under the Game section of the App Store, correct?
Yes, I believe House Party is considered a social networking app.
Your Honor, we would move for the admission of PX2951.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Are you familiar with the app Live Link Face?
I do not recognize the name of that app, no.
Your Honor, may I hand up to the court and also approach the witness with an exhibit? PX2952.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Do you recognize? Oh. Do you recognize PX2952 as a screenshot from the App Store?
It appears that it is, yes.
And do you see that there is an app on it, Live Link Face?
Yes, I do.
All right, and the developer on that page is listed as Unreal Engine. Do you see that?
No.
Under developer, midway down the page, it says developer Unreal Engine. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, we would move the admission of PX2952.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And are you familiar with an app called Unreal Remote 2?
No, that doesn't ring a bell, no.
Your Honor, I'd like to hand up what's the marked for identification as PX2953.
Yeah.
Mr. Fisher, do you recognize what's the marked for identification as PX2953 as a screenshot from the App Store?
Yes, it appears that this is from the App Store.
And do you see here that there is an app referenced on PX2953 as Unreal Remote 2?
Yes, I do.
And it's listed as a productivity app, is that right?
Yes.
And underneath it is another app called Unreal Remote. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's listed as a utility app, correct?
Yes, under the category utilities.
All right. Your Honor, we would move for the admission of PX2953.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Now, you had spoken earlier about information that you received relating to developer responses, developer surveys.
Yes.
In the binder that your counsel handed you are a number of developer surveys. So we're going to the white binder now that your counsel handed you. Okay? Okay, I've got it here. All right.
Your Honor, we objected to this being outside the scope. There was one document involving developer surveys that counsel showed Mr. Fisher. We asked a few clarifying questions about that, but that was all we did on developer surveys.
What's the exhibit again?
Your Honor, I was going to go through several of the developer surveys. The reason for that was because...
Could you give me the
yes,
number again,
please? DX3781, Your Honor. And there were several others.
$3,781.
As well as DX3800, DX3922, and DX4044.
Did I admit these?
No, Your Honor, these were not offered. The reason that I am trying to use them at this time is because the witness testified as to a variety of what he said was data that he said he had received relating to information from various developer surveys, and he spoke about it in the aggregate. These are the documents from which we believe that data comes, and therefore, since that was opened on the direct, I would like to be able to at least use
okay,
that.
well, let's lay some foundation. I don't have the documents right in front of me, so...
Your Honor, please move
hold on. I want to see the documents. So these were not provided, right? I need to go and actually find them.
They're in the white binder, Your Honor, provided by Apple's counsel this morning in connection with Mr. Fisher's testimony. It's out of their documents that they provided this morning in the white binder.
No, I've got the Fisher binder. It's not white, but I have his binder. And I don't see any of those documents in this binder. 3781-3922-4044.
Correct, Your Honor.
We just had this. Do they have an extra one?
Mr. Fisher, in connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple, did you from time to time review the developer surveys that were done?
I think there's been a variety of developer surveys that have been conducted over the years, some of which my team and I have been involved with, and others that I have not been involved with.
All right. If you turn to 3781, can you tell me whether or not this is one of the developer surveys? Take it off the screen for a moment until we've established a foundation. Tell me whether or not you recognize this developer survey.
I do not recognize this developer survey.
Rhonda, could I just proceed to see if there's a foundation for the others?
Yes, I don't have them.
Turn, if you would.
Can we just be heard on what the issue here is specifically, because we think this whole line of questioning is objectionable?
Could you turn to GX 3800 and tell me whether or not this is one of the surveys with which you have any familiarity in connection with your job at Apple?
I'll need some time to look over this. I do not recognize this.
Why don't you turn, if you could, to page 742, where it refers to the App Store, to see whether or not you would have been made aware or were made aware of this information from this survey.
Well, first we need to see if it refreshes his recollection. The fact he already testified he didn't remember the document.
Your Honor, I was just trying to refer to a particular portion of it to see whether that, since it refers to the App Store, refreshes his recollection. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and I'll move on.
I don't remember this document at all.
Why don't you turn to 3922 and tell me whether this App Store developer survey that was included in your binder for your examination this morning, whether or not you have ever seen it before.
I don't recall seeing this document.
All right, and then let's just turn to DX4044, again, a document contained in your binder for your testimony from Apple this morning, and see whether you have any familiarity with this document.
No, I do not recall this document.
All right, so the only developer survey that you recall seeing is the one that I showed you, but you don't recall any of the developer surveys that were included in the Apple binder. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you had said earlier in some response to some questioning from your counsel about TX58, which was that Matt, and it has a sentence in it that was discussed, Matt feels extremely strong about not featuring our competitors on the App Store, that you disagreed with that statement, correct?
Yes. I'm sorry, we're bouncing around from binder to binder. Where are we right now?
The big black binder, TX58.
Okay, I've got it here.
All right, and it says at the bottom, and there was discussion about the line, Matt feels extremely strong about not featuring our competitors on the App Store. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and you were asked questions about that from your counsel. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You're aware, aren't you, that Apple is under a regulatory investigation from the European Union, the European Commission, about self-preferencing apps on the App Store?
I have heard about some of that regulatory efforts, but I'm not totally up to speed on all of the specifics.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any examination on the scope of this one?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Fisher, your excuse, sir. Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, good afternoon. Lauren Moskowitz for Epic. We called Tristan Kuzminka, who's also an Apple witness.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, while we're waiting for Mr. Kuzminka to arrive, can I ask if Your Honor had a chance to obtain the exhibits that we have given your clerks, or if we should hand up a binder?
I think at this point you should hand up a binder because we do that before you arrive every morning.
Okay, thank you.
And if there was miscommunication this morning, then it didn't get resolved.
Sorry. Your Honor, Epic called Tristan Kuzminka.
Okay.
I do. Tristan Kuzminka, TRYSTAN MYNKA.
Good afternoon. Before you get started, Ms. Moskowitz, 202 was not offered. Someone will let me know if that was supposed to be offered, and is there an objection, Ms. Forrest, to 202?
Your Honor, there is no, we could offer 202, and there's no objection to 202 from our perspective.
Okay, 202. All right, 202 is admitted. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kuzminka.
Good afternoon.
I have a couple of binders and materials that we might be referencing during the examination. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Kuzminka, when did you start at Apple?
We had started at Apple in 2013.
And at the time you started working at Apple, what was your position?
I was an engineering manager.
And you did not have any duties in connection with app review at that time, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't acquire any duties or responsibilities in connection with app review until approximately 1 year into your tenure, is that right?
Roughly, yes.
So roughly 2014?
I believe so.
And at the time you did obtain some responsibilities for app review, at that time you were only responsible for the tools engineering team, correct?
That's correct.
And in that capacity, your responsibilities at that point were squarely limited to tools. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then in 2016, you took on the role of Director of App Review, correct?
Correct.
And then in 2017, you were promoted to Senior Director of App Review, is that right?
That's right.
And in that role, you run the team and the organization that review apps for the App Store, correct?
Correct. Yes. Sorry about that. Is that better?
That's much better.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay? App Review is responsible for the app review process, the application of policy, and actually conducting the review of apps. Is that correct?
Yes.
So all of those processes I just mentioned are under your purview in your current role?
Yes.
App Review itself falls within the developer relations organization within Apple. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you yourself have been part of the Executive Review Board, or ERB, since you started as Director of App Review in 2016, correct?
That's correct.
And the ERB sets the policy for the App Store, correct?
That's correct.
Is it also fair to say that App Review escalates apps to ERB for a ruling, and ERB provides feedback and decisions on apps from time to time?
There are escalations of apps to ERB, yes.
And ERB decisions those escalations?
Yes.
I imagine in your role you are familiar with the App Store review guidelines?
Yes.
And you utilize the App Store review guidelines in connection with the performance of your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yeah, we review apps against the App Store review guidelines.
And the App Store review guidelines have changed from time to time, correct?
Yes.
Please, if you would, turn your binder to the document marked PX56 for identification. That will be in the big binder. Do you recognize PX56 as the App Store Review Guidelines as of September 11th, 2020?
I do recognize the guidelines. I don't see a particular date on the guidelines.
If you look on the upper right-hand corner, there, in this version, there's not. Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that they are not a version of the guidelines that existed in 2020?
I'd have to go through all the guidelines to see what changes may have been made, but this looks like the current format of the guidelines, and that would have been current as of 2020.
Your Honor, I move that PX50
Without it looks like you may have covered up the date.
I think that may have happened.
You have the original without the tag.
I think these are hard stamped. We can come back to it. I think there is no objection to the exhibit. We can establish the date by stipulation, I imagine, and I don't think that the date in particular will be a subject of debate.
Okay.
An iOS app developer can choose to have their app available on many of Apple's App Store storefronts throughout the world, right?
Yes.
And the App Store review guidelines themselves are used globally to conduct reviews of apps, right?
Yes, the guidelines apply to all storefronts.
Across the world.
All App Store storefronts across the world, yes.
And that's true for all apps that want to be on iOS, regardless of what the app itself does, right?
That's true for apps submitted to the App Store on iOS, yes.
And that's the only way to get a native app onto an iPhone is through the iOS App Store, correct?
The only way to get a consumer app on the iPhone is through the iOS App Store.
And the distinction you're drawing is the enterprise program?
There's enterprise and ad hoc distribution for purposes of testing.
So other than the enterprise program and things like Test Flight or testing, In order for a consumer to obtain a native app on their iPhone, they need to have an app that has gone through the app review process by the iOS App Store, correct?
Yes.
And that's true whether they are game apps or social apps or weather apps, for example, right?
Yes.
And there's not a different set of guidelines that applies depending on what type of app that will be submitted.
Well, the guidelines apply to all apps that are submitted, but there's certainly guidelines that are specific to certain types of apps. You can imagine something like a VPN app has particular guidelines that a game app may not qualify for.
Please turn to PX314. That actually, I apologize, that is not in your binder. If, Your Honor, if I may approach and hand that up.
No.
Thank you.
So are you offering 56 or not?
I am, but if Your Honor wants to wait until we can establish the date, I'm also happy to do that later on.
Is there an objection to 56?
Could we defer until we can find a date so that we have a clear record?
Yeah, that's fine. The exhibit listed didn't have it on there either.
I'll just warn you, there's no clip, so just be careful not to drop it.
Thank you.
Do you have PX314 that has been marked for identification in front of you, Mr. Kuzminko?
I do.
This is a slide deck titled App Store Principles, Presentation to the European Commission, correct? You got? Sorry. App Store Principles, Presentation to the European Commission. Thank you.
That's correct.
And you received a copy of this presentation during the course of your duties and responsibilities at Apple, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, I move that PX314 be introduced into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Please turn to PX314.5, which should be the 5th page of the document you have in front of you, Mr. Kuzminko. It's also on the screen if that's easier. If you could please take a look at the middle paragraph that starts an ecosystem. Do you see that?
I do.
It says an ecosystem including third-party apps made our products more attractive. Do you see that?
I do.
And that's referring to the fact that third-party developer apps add value to the iOS ecosystem.
I think that's what that states, yes.
And that's a true statement?
I think we love third-party apps as customers on the App Store.
Your Honor, just to return and square this away, if we could go back to PX56. On the very last page, we will see the date, and then we can move on from there.
Ms. Moyer?
No objection.
Okay, so that's 2020. App Store guidelines, 56 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just switching gears just for a moment, and while you don't have the benefit of this, I'm aware the judge has heard some of this, so I just want to lay a little bit of foundation, even though I think Your Honor has heard a bit about web apps and native apps. I just want to ask a few web apps and native apps. A native app is an app written for a particular platform and downloaded onto a device, right?
Yes.
And a web app, generally speaking, is an app available from a website and utilized on a device through a browser. Is that fair?
The web apps go beyond just use in an individual browser. In the case of iOS, it can be saved to the home screen.
It's accessed though through Safari?
It is through Safari, but it's headless Safari, so you don't see a search bar or have to navigate to the URL. So from a consumer perspective, if you launch, say, Twitter on native and Twitter as a web app, those are going to be very similar experiences, dependent on what the developer does to create that experience.
And right now I'm not talking about user experience. All I'm asking is that it operates through the Safari web browser,
That's
correct?
the rendering engine, yes.
And the App Store review guidelines do not apply to web apps, correct?
Correct.
So native apps installed from the iOS App Store go directly to the home screen, right?
Yes.
And as you were just mentioning, by contrast, if the customer wants to have a web app persist on the home screen, the consumer goes in to the browser, accesses the app, hits the share icon, and then says add to home screen, right?
Yes, there'd be two taps there.
WebKit is Apple's web browser engine for iOS, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, the guidelines require that native apps that browse the web must use the appropriate WebKit framework and WebKit JavaScript, right?
Yes.
And Safari uses WebKit, right?
That's right.
The APIs that are available for web apps are different than the set of APIs that are available for native apps, correct?
Yes, one is for web and one is for native, and it's very common to have different APIs for different app types.
I'm just asking if they're different, yes?
Yes.
And for instance, the push notification API allows native apps to send messages or other notifications to a user, correct?
Correct.
And WebKit does not support the push notification API. Is that true?
Yes.
Let's take another example. ARKit is an augmented reality framework, correct?
Yes.
And ARKit is a native API available to native apps, right?
That's right.
So ARKit cannot be used by a web app, right?
That's right.
So let's focus now for a moment on native apps that are submitted to the App Store for review. Apple's app review process involves both human-led review and automated tools for review, correct?
That's right.
So starting out with automated portion, Apple requires apps to be developed with updated SDK versions, correct?
We do require that apps have a minimum version of a particular SDK.
And in order to comply with that requirement, developers have to know what the applicable required SDK version is, right?
That's right.
And so to that end, Apple publishes on its website its requirements for SDK versions, right?
Yes.
The app review process screens apps that are using out-of-date iOS SDKs, right?
Well, the human process does not. When we tell a developer, we tell the developer community that a particular new version of an SDK is required, that's communicated to them months and months in advance. And then when that requirement hits, developers, if they are not on a compatible SDK, would be denied upload at the ingestion process, not a human rejection at that point.
Right, and we're focusing on automated tools for the moment. And so part of the process, the automated process screens for out-of-date iOS SDKs.
Yes.
A private API is an undocumented API that is not intended for third-party developer use. Is that fair?
Yes.
It is, in fact, a violation of the app review guidelines for an app to use private APIs, correct?
That's right.
When apps get uploaded to the app review process, Apple scans using automated tools for private APIs, correct?
Yes.
And to scan for those private APIs, Apple does both a combination of static and dynamic analysis. Is that right?
That's right.
So just breaking down those terms, static analysis at a high level looks at the binary code of an app and searches for patterns or instructions in order to determine what the app may or may not do. Is that a fair summary?
We look for a variety of facts, but yes, we do not execute the app during static analysis.
And by contrast, dynamic analysis does in fact refer to executing the code or running the app as if the operating system would run that app to understand and observe how it would act in real life?
Yes.
During app review, Apple scans for malware using automated tools, correct?
Correct.
And one way that Apple scans for malware is through static analysis again, right?
Yes.
And also scans for malware using dynamic analysis, correct?
Correct.
Apple uses a system to perform static and dynamic analysis that was developed outside of Apple by a third party, right?
No.
All right, let's look at your binder, PX2052 for identification. This is a document that you sent on September 22, 2015. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And, well, Your Honor, I offer this document into evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted. You wrote here to one of your colleagues in the first line, the Xcode ghost issue has generated much more interest in acquiring source DNA. Do you see that?
I do.
And just for context, back in 2015, malware called Xcode Ghost affected thousands of apps that were live in the App Store. Is that right?
I'm not sure of the number of apps, but we did have malware that was introduced in this time frame, yes.
It was a serious event, correct?
It was a serious event, but the consequences to customers was not serious. And in fact, the malware command and control servers, to my knowledge, didn't actually activate and perform any malicious actions.
Well, you said that in this email that source DNA would have flagged that issue, right?
Just going to take a moment to review the email. Yes.
And in fact, this email discusses acquiring or potentially acquiring source DNA to use their software to counteract threats in the future.
Yes.
And Apple, in fact, did acquire source DNA in 2016.
We did.
And the source DNA technology that's now used at Apple is renamed App Transparency.
Source DNA, the team joined Apple and built technology at Apple, which is named App Transparency.
And App Transparency does a combination, again, of static and dynamic analysis.
That's right.
And Source DNA had built similar tools when it was still Source DNA.
Source DNA was focused on similar problems, yes, and had similar tool chain, but that was...
Sir, I'm just going to ask you those questions, and then your counsel can ask you for further context if they wish. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. So, for example, another company called Data Theorem does both static and dynamic analyses. Also, Data Theorem does both static and dynamic analyses in connection with app review. Also, right?
I'm aware of Data Theorem doing static and dynamic analysis. You might say it's in connection with
Sir?
app review.
Sorry. Okay, I apologize. You can finish that. It's not in connection with app review?
That's what I was about to say, yes.
And Appthority, Appthority, also does a combination of dynamic and static analyses.
We do.
The iOS platform places each native app in a separate sandbox, correct?
That's correct.
And when an app on iOS is sandboxed, this limits what that app is allowed to do, right?
It limits its access to resources.
And in other words, it restricts apps from accessing files stored by other apps or making changes to the device, correct?
Yes.
App Review does not perform tests for sandbox compliance in all cases, correct?
That's correct.
Rather, app review performs such tests only when there is a reason to suspect that an app has done something to maliciously try to escape that sandbox, right?
That's right.
So let's turn to the human aspect of app review. App review employees are paid hourly, isn't that correct?
We have a combination of hourly and salaried employees.
The people who are reviewing individual apps are hourly employees?
Not in all cases.
App reviewers typically review 50 to 100 apps per day, is that right?
That's right.
And an app reviewer's standard day is 10 hours, is that right?
No, we have many reviewers who have a standard day of 10 hours, but we also have reviewers who have a standard day of 8 hours.
The standard day is 10 hours, correct?
No, I have 100 reviewers in Ireland whose standard day would be 8 hours.
Why don't you take a look at PX6 that has been marked for identification in your binder? Let me know when you're there.
I'm here.
This is an email from Phil Schiller to you and others on Friday, June 21, 2019. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's a bit complicated because there's some inline responses to some quotes. So if you can try to follow with me, I'm going to point your attention to the bottom of page 1, just to set us up. Starts out with Phil following your meeting at CNBC. Do you see that?
I do.
And the email continues to the next page. And they talk about fact checking. The Apple employee talks about fact checking and refers to the below. Do you see that on the last line of the first paragraph on the top of page .2?
I do see this, yes.
And then under the 6 or so stars, there's fact check and a bunch of bullets with some information.
Yes.
So, for example, just again, the first bullet, the second bullet there says app review employees are paid hourly. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And there's an answer, true, and then it goes on. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. So that's just to orient us. The true part is Apple's response to what the CNBC article is going to be reporting. Is that a fair characterization?
The whole sentence is a response to what they're reporting.
Understood. But that's an Apple response to what was going to be reported.
Objection Foundation.
Do you have an understanding?
Overruled. It's an omission.
So the point here was app review employees are paid hourly.
Sure. I actually am not asking about the substance of this. I was just trying to establish that you understood that there was Apple responses in line in this email.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So if you turn to the third page, there's a bullet that starts in summer 2016. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And then the hyphen, which is Apple's response. Do you agree? 2 lines down.
I do see that.
And it says our standard day is 10 hours. The team works 5 days a week. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it talks about giving people some extra hours, right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer PX6 into evidence.
No objection. No.
So is it fair to say that app reviewers spend on average approximately 6 to 12 minutes reviewing an app?
I think on average that sounds accurate, but there's a lot of variables to particular apps, so some will take much less.
I'm just asking for an average. Average is 6 to 12 minutes, correct?
Sounds accurate.
Welcome to AT&T.
You yourself have reviewed apps before, correct?
Yes.
And
Your
the last
access
time
code
you
was not
reviewed an app, you
recognized.
did not
Please
spend more
re-enter
than
your
5
access
minutes,
code,
correct?
followed by the pound sign.
There is always a backlog.
Your access code was not
in
recognized.
submissions of
Please
apps to
re-enter your
review.
access
Is
code.
that right?
Yes.
And from time to time, there are concerns about the size of the backlog in terms of the app review process, right?
Yes.
And developers have complained to Apple about the length of time that it has taken for their app to undergo app review, right?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that that is a frequent complaint that you receive or Apple receives from developers?
No.
You don't think that that's a frequent occurrence?
No, I don't believe it is.
Do you receive developer complaints along those lines?
Yes.
The app review guidelines provide that creating an interface for displaying third-party apps, extensions, or plugins similar to the App Store or as a general interest collection is unacceptable, correct?
That's correct.
And that's within guideline 3.2.2.
I believe so.
And in shorthand, that's the provision that prohibits stores within stores, is that right?
Yes.
And Apple has rejected apps for violating guideline 3.2.2, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall an app called Tribe?
Yes.
TRIBE. Please turn your binder to PX301, which has been marked for identification. You with me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is an email that you received on March 21, 2018, correct?
Correct.
And you received that in a connection with your duties and responsibilities at Apple?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move PX301 into evidence.
No objection. It's a name.
This March 2018 email is about the Tribe app, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Havlicek, is that how you pronounce that?
Havlicek.
Havlicek, Havlicek. That is the author of this email?
Yes.
He works for the Worldwide Developer Relations team at Apple?
Yes, he works for App Review.
So he works within App Review under the Worldwide Developer Relations umbrella?
Yes.
Do you see here that Mr. Havlicek wrote that according to an ERB ruling, quote, the app will be hidden for being a store within our store. Do you see that?
Yes.
He also notes that the app has been live since 2015, right?
Yes.
So that's approximately 3 years that the Tribe app was on the App Store before the ERB ruling, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware of any specific security issues that had occurred with Tribe during the time it was on the App Store, right?
I'm aware of a safety issue with 322. So it had a guideline violation.
The guideline violation was being a store within a store?
Yes.
Okay. While it was on the App Store, before it was removed for being a violation of the store within a store guideline, you are not aware of any security issue arising with respect to Tribe while it was available on the App Store, right?
I'm not aware of any issues outside this particular guideline issue.
And the distinction you're trying to draw is that you believe guideline 3.2.2 is a security guideline?
I'm trying to draw the distinction that we look at all the guidelines as critical to the safety and trust of the App Store.
And you are not aware and do not recall any specific security issues with Tribe, right?
I'm not aware of any issues outside of the 322 issue.
So the answer is yes. You are not aware of any specific security issues with Tribe.
Yes.
In fact, you're not aware of any specific security issues with any stores within a store that occurred that were available during that time.
I do recall some what I would call safety and security issues.
Pardon me, Mr. Kuzminka, do you recall being deposed in this case?
I do.
And you testified under oath during that deposition?
I did.
And you did, in fact, tell the truth?
I did.
Your Honor, I would point your attention, and Mr. Kuzminka, your attention to Volume 1 of your deposition, which should be behind the first tab in your big binder, page 84, line 18 through 24. Mr. Cosmic,
Okay, so just again, on a plaintiff side, you do not put that stuff up until I tell you. Deposition transcripts are not evidence. So lines again, 84 what?
84:18 through 24, Your Honor. Mr. Cosmic, you were asked at your deposition the following question.
Could you wait until I provide you with
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Cosmic, at your deposition, you were asked the following question, gave the following answer. Question, are you aware between the period of time 2015 to 2018 of any security issue being raised with you with regard to a store within a store being live on the App Store? Answer, I'm aware of apps that were raised to me with guideline issues. I do not recall if there were specific security issues with those apps. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
You were not aware of any study that was done of any apps that were downloaded through the Tribe store that related to security. Isn't that right?
I'm not aware of any studies. No.
You receive from time to time inbound emails notifying Apple about issues with apps that are found by the public or third parties on the iOS App Store. Is that right?
That's right.
And those inbound notifications are maintained by Apple in the ordinary course of business, right?
That's right.
And you take those very seriously, right?
Absolutely.
You investigate them.
Yes.
In fact, there's a whole group that exists to investigate them, right?
Yes.
Let's keep looking at the document that we were just looking at, which is 301. Same first paragraph there. The last sentence refers to, starts, unfortunately, the app has been live since 2015 that we looked at. Do you see that?
I do.
It says, so this is shocking for them, meaning Tribe was shocked to be removed from the App Store for this guideline violation, right?
I think that's what Bill meant.
And it says, just as it was for Gamee, G-A-M-E-E, who recently UTB'd them. Do you see that?
Yes.
Gamee is a third-party developer?
Yes.
And Gamee is who informed Apple about the existence of Tribe being a store within a store?
It appears that way, yes.
And the reference to UTB'd, UTB stands for under the bus, correct?
Correct.
And UTB was what Apple called it when an inbound inquiry came in from outside of Apple about an app, right?
We used to call it that. It's now named ARC.
I understand, but for a time, we called it UTB.
Yes.
And that referred to under the bus.
Yes.
So when customers or developers or the press told Apple about something, you referred to that, you, Apple, referred to that as under the bus. What?
Just to the forum, has multiple parties that she's asking about input from?
I am sorry, I do not understand what you just said. Could you be?
She asked whether 3 different groups of people made reports that were referred to as UTB.
Your objection is compound?
I'm sorry?
What is your legal objection?
On the form of her question.
On the form. Sustained. It's compound.
I will break it down. Mr. Kuzminka, when a customer informed Apple about an app on the iOS App Store, Apple referred to that as under the bus, throwing an app under the bus.
We would refer to that as a customer complaint, and it would be submitted to the UTB process.
You agree, though, that the UTB process had its name because that customer was throwing an app under the bus.
Object to the form.
No. You can answer if you can.
Yeah, the UTB process was there to re-review apps.
That's not my question, sir. My question was just that you at Apple referred to when a customer or consumer raised a third-party app to Apple. It was throwing it under the bus. That was how you described it.
Yes.
And likewise, when a developer informed Apple about a third-party app on the App Store, you referred to that as throwing that app under the bus.
Yes.
And when the press, an article or something like that, indicated that a third-party app on the App Store should be looked at by Apple, that was the press throwing that app under the bus, right?
Until that process was renamed, yes.
And as you mentioned a couple of times, Apple changed the name from UTB to ARC, right?
Yes.
And ARC is App Review Compliance.
That's correct.
But as of this time, March 2018, it was still called Under the Bus, or UTB, right?
No. It was renamed to ARC prior to 2016. It was referred to here, the incorrect name in this particular email.
So even though it was renamed before this, people were still using the term UTB.
In this case, it is used, yes.
Are you familiar with an app called Roblox, Roblox?
Yes.
Roblox has a catalog of free games created by other users, correct?
I don't see it that way.
Okay. Let's please turn your binder to PX305 for identification.
See the document?
This is an email chain in which you participated in July 27, 2017 and earlier.
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer PX305 into evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kuzminka, on the second page of this document, which is the earliest email in the chain, is from you on July 25. You see that?
I do.
And the first sentence is a question. Does Roblox follow our guidelines, right?
Correct.
And then there are some follow-up emails in the chain, including from Mr. Beckland.
That's right.
Is he under your supervision?
Yes.
And he said he will investigate?
That's correct.
And he comes back to you with the results, right?
Yes.
And that starts on page PX305.1. He says that he looked into it and that it actually had gone to the ERB for a potential store within a store violation, right?
Yes, it did get escalated to ERB for a store within a store concern.
And a couple lines down, there's a reference to PLA 3.3.2. Do you see that?
I do.
And it goes on to say, this social network has a catalog of free block-style games created by other users. Do you see that?
I do.
And ERB, as we discussed earlier, is the body that handles certain escalations with respect to decisions to be made on certain apps.
ERB sets policy and handles escalations for precedent-setting issues.
You say, in response, I am surprised this was approved by ERB. Do you see that?
I do.
And you were surprised because you thought it looked like a store within a store?
I was surprised because the red text that was also highlighted here suggested that it may be a store within a store. So at this time, I only had context to this email.
And the response was that it had been flagged for ERB for that reason, but it got approved, right?
Yes, this was approved.
And Roblox is still on the App Store today, right?
That's right.
Just going back to where I just read below when we were talking about the language catalog of free block style games created by other users, the next sentence says games are added / changed server side, right?
That's right.
And that means live updates or hot fixes and not a actual new build submission.
That means that changes are made server side.
Like a hot fix?
No, I don't believe it would be a hot fix.
Okay, but it's not something that goes through app review.
Roblox itself does go through app review, but there's content that is coming from the server side.
Right.
Not content adopted.
Games are added and changed. Oh, you didn't hear that?
I'm sorry.
Do you need him to repeat his answer? Apologies. Games are added and changed server side for Roblox, right?
That's what this email states, but as I said earlier, I don't see these as games.
You don't see them, or you don't understand that's what it does?
Earlier the question was Roblox has a catalog of games. I said I don't see it that way.
What does this app do?
What does Roblox do?
Yes.
So Roblox is an app in which users create a profile, hang out with their friends. Sorry, Your Honor. Users create a profile within Roblox, and they go hang out with their friends, and they can join in these experiences that I would look at as content. And so if you think of game or app, games are incredibly dynamic. Games have a beginning and end. There's challenges in place. I look at the experiences that are in Roblox similar to the experiences that are in Minecraft. These are maps, these are worlds, and they have boundaries in terms of what they're capable of. And so I think that while the email suggests that these are games, that's not how we've looked at it, and that's why it's compliant with the rules today.
All right, keep going. Thank you.
Just a few follow-up questions on that. So with respect to an app, we won't label it, an app that allows individual users to come together and hang out with friends, you don't call that a game, right?
Correct.
And when apps allow individual users to come together and join in experiences together, you don't call that a game, right?
No, I wouldn't say that as a game.
I apologize if I asked you this. Is Roblox still available on the App Store today?
To my knowledge, yes.
And you are not aware of any guideline violations by Roblox that implicate security concerns, right?
Not at this time.
You are aware, of course, that there are a number of app stores that exist outside of the iOS ecosystem, right?
Yes.
And you are not aware of any studies that exist as to security issues with respect to the Google Play Store, for example.
I have recently seen some studies.
Are those studies that Apple commissioned or obtained?
I don't believe so.
So with respect to Apple, Apple has not conducted or commissioned any studies with respect to security issues with regard to the Google Play Store, right?
I'm not aware of an Apple commission study.
And you are not aware of any studies within Apple with regard to security issues in connection with the Tencent store, right?
No, I don't believe I am.
And similarly, you're not aware of any studies within Apple for about security issues for the Huawei, Huawei store.
Not that I'm aware of.
With respect to the Epic Games Store, you're aware that the Epic Games Store is also a store outside of iOS?
Yes.
And you are not aware of any studies that exist with regard to security issues with respect to the Epic Games Store, right?
Correct.
You are not aware of any studies that Apple has performed as to any security issues relating to side-loaded apps on Android phones, right?
I'm not aware of any studies that Apple has performed, but I have seen studies on this.
I'm sorry, did you say that you're not aware of any Apple-conducted studies?
Correct.
Apple has not conducted any such studies, right?
I'm not aware of them.
The App Store review guidelines require that digital goods and services sold within an app must use Apple's in-app purchase or IAP software, right?
Yes.
If I refer to that as IAP, we're talking about the same thing, the in-app purchase payment processing solution.
Okay.
That requirement is found in section 3.1.1 of the guidelines, right?
Yes.
You are aware of apps that have been submitted without including IAP that fall within 3.1.1 and thus should have included IAP, right?
I'm aware of apps that have provided unlocking or purchasing of digital content and services without using an app purchase that should have.
And you're aware of examples where that has happened, that those apps have been rejected on that basis, correct?
Yes.
I have the small binder that is in front of you. If you could turn to what has been marked as PX257 for identification.
Let's see the document.
Thank you, sir. This is an email that you received on December 14, 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer PX257 into evidence.
No question.
The latest in time or top email on the chain is from Mr. Friedman to you. Is that right?
That's right.
And there's a discussion in here about after the word whole. Do you see that word in the middle?
I do.
And after that, he says that WeChat and Facebook have both tried to create dedicated pipes for out-of-band payments to unlock app features, e.g. subscriptions. This breaks our rules. Do you see that?
I do.
And again, this is a reference to the rule 3.1.1 that requires IAP for that, right?
I believe that's what Eric's referring to here.
And there's an action item below.
I see this, yes.
Says Apple creates a better experience for developers to engage users and offer promotions. It would have to be a lot better to overcome the 30% hit, however. You see that?
I do see this, yes.
And by it would have to be a lot better, he's saying the experience for developers would have to be better on Apple in order to justify the 30% commission, right?
It's not clear to me what he is saying here.
Did you ask him?
I don't recall.
Apple charges a 30% commission on all transactions conducted with IAP, correct?
No.
All apps that require IAP, Apple charges a 30% commission for all apps that use IAP.
There are apps that have subscriptions, and in year two, that commission would be 15%. There's also a small business program for developers, and under a particular amount of billings, that would also be 15%.
Subscriptions were charged at 30% for a time, correct?
Correct.
And that was changed in the last 5 years?
I believe so, yes.
Generally speaking, other than 2 exceptions you gave, 30% is the commission charged by Apple on IoT purchases, right?
Yes.
The same 3.1.1 guideline we've been discussing also forbids apps that offer digital goods or services for sale within an app from offering any payment mechanism other than IoT, right?
Within the app, yes.
And Apple has aggressively rejected apps which use third-party payments to bypass IAP, right?
We aggressively uphold all guidelines.
Apple has aggressively rejected apps that use third-party payments to bypass IAP, right?
Yes, we reject apps that use third-party payments to avoid IAP.
Apple aggressively rejects apps that use third-party payments to bypass IAP, right?
I don't agree with, I don't see it that way.
Why don't you please turn to what has been marked as PX2114 for identification, please. Let me know when you're there, please.
That's it?
This is your document,
Is that way?
and it's dated December 19, 2017.
Yes.
And in it you write, Phil, Eddie, we have aggressively rejected apps, games, which use third-party payments, including WePay, to bypass IAP. Those are your words, sir?
Those are my words?
In fact, there have been thousands of guideline 3.1.1 rejections, right?
That's right.
So you're not offering 2114?
That was for impeachment, Your Honor.
Okay.
If you could please turn to PX 300 for identification.
I can see the document.
This document is titled iOS Apps Reviewed Summary.
Yes.
And this is a document that is created periodically with the same title, right?
Yes.
And it contains data that's been generated for the applicable time period covered by the report.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I offer PX 300 into evidence.
300 submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could please, actually, I don't think I need to talk much more about this. So let me skip forward, please. Isn't it true that Apple has specifically terminated, since 2017, more than 1,000 developers on the basis that they incorporated a third-party payment mechanism into their app?
I think there would likely be more involved with those terminations. If that feature was hidden via termination, if that was something that was just discovered as part of a standard review and the developers might know with the guideline, that would not result in termination.
So do you disagree that since 2017, there have been thousands of developers specifically terminated on the basis of incorporating a third-party payment mechanism into their app?
I would disagree with the word specifically on that.
If you could please turn to what has been marked PX2948 for identification. It should be the last tab in the big binder.
What's the number again?
PX 2948, Your Honor.
Is that, yeah, I don't,
Oh, I have a separate copy, perhaps?
yeah, I don't have that one.
Okay. May I take?
Yeah.
Are you there, Mr. Kuznetsov?
I believe so, yes.
Your Honor? Are you there, Bill?
I am.
Thank you. If you could please turn to page 15. Actually, why don't I back up and let's get on the record what this is. This is Apple's interrogatory answers that it served to Epic in this litigation, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you are one of the individuals who verified a number of the responses that were submitted in connection with these interrogatories, right? And in page 15, the last sentence says, attached as Appendix A is a list of the developers, quote, specifically terminated since 2017 on the basis of incorporating a third-party payment mechanism into their app. You see that?
Yes.
And do you have Appendix A with you?
And you see Appendix A?
Appendix A starts at page 19. You with me?
Yes.
And what follows is about, if I could do the math, 23 pages of such developers.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that there have been thousands, without sitting here and counting, thousands of developers that are in this Appendix A?
Yes.
So there are thousands of developers that have been specifically terminated since 2017 on the basis of incorporating a third-party payment mechanism into their app, correct?
Not correct. The document says Epic's hidden Epic direct payment functionality. So these would have been hidden payment mechanisms.
I'm asking a different question, and I'm reading the sentence we just read. Let's read it again together. Attached as Appendix A is a list of the developers specifically terminated since 2017 on the basis of incorporating a third-party payment mechanism into their app, correct?
That's what that says, yes.
Okay, so thousands, which we just established are in Appendix A, thousands of developers have been specifically terminated since 2017 on the basis of incorporating a third-party payment mechanism into their app, correct?
That's what this document says, yes.
And that was verified by Apple employees.
Correct. But these apps get here because it's hidden payment mechanisms.
I will
have an opportunity. Sure that Ms. Moyer will ask you to clarify.
Thank you, Yana.
So there's a guideline in the app review guidelines that prohibit developers from creating an app that is confusingly similar to an existing Apple product, interface, app, or advertising theme, correct?
That's right.
And that's guideline 5.2.5?
I believe so.
And you are aware of apps that have been rejected for failing to comply with 5.2.5, right?
Yes.
So you are not aware of whether anyone within Apple was tasked with the job of looking at whether or not the apps that were rejected on that basis were in fact functionally better than the Apple product, right?
No, I'm not aware of
something like that.
And that's not part of the app review process, right?
No, our process is to review against the guidelines.
And part of those guidelines do not inquire as to whether the app is better than the Apple app.
We hope that they're better than the Apple app. Happy to approve them if they're compliant.
But you don't approve them if they're confusingly similar to an existing Apple product.
I think if developers are trying to trick customers into thinking something is an Apple product, that would be confusingly similar.
Sure, that guideline in fact says don't create an app that appears confusingly similar to an existing Apple product. It doesn't talk about tricking, right?
It's the purpose of the guideline, correct?
But any app that appears confusingly similar to an existing Apple product still gets rejected, right?
If an app is confusingly similar, it would be rejected.
Are you aware that third-party developers have complained to Apple that Apple's apps are permitted to do things that they themselves, as the third-party developer, are not permitted to do on iOS?
I've heard these complaints.
If you could please turn your binder to PX858 for identification.
To the document?
Thank you. This is an email from you to others within Apple on May 1, 2019, right?
There was an email to me that I responded. Thanks for sharing.
Sure. I'm looking on page .1, where you, I think, attached this email to an email you initiated to Tom Rayburn and Sean Pruden, right? Sean, S-H-A-A-N, P-R-U-D-E-N. And on the next page is what you forwarded, right?
Looks that way, yes.
And in the bottom, this is an inbound complaint from LinkedIn to Apple, right?
Yes.
And LinkedIn is complaining that LinkedIn's design is very much in line with Apple's own design, but they got rejected, right?
Yes.
And they were asking, help me understand, what is Apple doing differently than we are? Why are we being rejected, right?
Correct.
And Sean Pruden forwards this on to you and says, Tristan, developers, the latest, LinkedIn, cannot fathom, right? Our apps are permitted to do things they are not, right?
Yes.
And then Tom Rayburn responds as well, saying Amazon is yet another developer that's complaining about the same thing, right?
I see that.
And he says we need to have one set of rules that all apps follow, whether or not they are from Apple or third-party developers, right?
That's what Tom right here, yes.
Now I offer PX858 into evidence.
No objection except for the hearsay portion, Your Honor.
Your Honor, there were no objections on the closed.
You mean the very bottom?
Yes, Your Honor, the statement from outside parties, we just ask that they not be taken for the truth of the information.
The document submitted. Once again, I'll address the evidentiary issues using the code of evidence.
Your Honor, my understanding is that Mr. Kuzmenko will be taken as direct, and then I will have cross after that, but I can reserve that for after the direct testimony.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions at this time, then. Thank you, Mr. Kuzmenko.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kuzmenko. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, if you speak up, Ms. Moore.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Cosmico.
Good afternoon.
Let's pick up where Ethics Council left off. Let's talk about PX 885. This is the document, maybe I don't have the number right in there. Last one. It's 858. This is the document referencing LinkedIn.
Yep.
Can you explain to the court what is the situation that's being addressed here?
I think the situation here is a developer, developer relations, letting them know that they were rejected for what would have been clear and conspicuous pricing on a subscription page. And so this is one of the guidelines that we require subscription apps to adhere to. As part of their email, they let us know that it appears as though there are some Apple services that appear to have similar issues, and they wanted to make sure that we are applying the same rules everywhere.
And what happened as a result of your email on this?
So we do have universal set of rules that we apply in these types of cases. So in subscriptions, all apps have to have clear and conspicuous pricing. And so in these cases, we would work with the Apple developer in the same way we work with a third-party developer to bring it into compliance. Now, many first-party apps are actually features in the operating system. So we're working in a much different capacity because that's not an app that would be submitted through the app review process. It's built and integrated into the operating system as a feature.
And so was the Apple app that you were referencing in this email, was it modified as a result of the feedback that you sent?
I don't recall in this particular case whether the app was modified, but we see examples like this where the app is certainly modified, the operating system is modified, and our policy may also be modified. In the case of like a first-party app, when you buy a phone and go to Apple Music, it's built into the phone. You know that it's coming from Apple, and you know that because the payment flows potentially exist beyond just the app itself, there is no really opportunity for misleading a purchase. But policy could change, the products themselves could change, but what we do our best to do is make sure that all of the rules apply to all apps in the store. Another thing that would have been done, we published human interface guidelines to the entire developer community on recommendations as to what a compliant subscription flow could look like, because this is one of the, there's a human decision to determine whether the subscription page is clear and conspicuous. And so in this particular case, it could have been that the app reviewer got it wrong, and maybe the only change that was necessary was to process this as an appeal and approve the app. So there's a variety of outcomes there, but we treat them all as an important investigation, and we want to get it right for our customers and our developers.
And were there changes made to ensure there was consistency between the applications of policies for Apple apps and the applications for third-party apps as a result of the feedback you gave in this document?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Cosmico. Let's look back at the interrogatory responses you were asked about. This is PX 2948 at the back of Ethics Binder. And if you would look at page 13, you will see there's an interrogatory number 12. There's a question there. And the answer for that goes on to page 15. And on page 15, the last sentence is the sentence that Ethics Council was asking you about. Correct, sir? That's the language that developers were specifically terminated since 2017?
That's right.
Okay. And if you look at the verifications that you were asked about, that's on page 17 of the interrogatory? You see,
yes.
You see your name at the top of that page?
I do.
And does this document list the responses that you verified in this interrogatory?
Yes.
And which ones does it say you verified?
number 6 and 8, as well as Apple's reinstated response to impaired. Number 11.
You verify the response to interrogatory number 12. Did you verify the response to interrogatory number 12?
No.
And you were trying to explain why you objected to the language specifically. Would you give us that explanation now?
Yes. Our process when we find hidden features, whether it be hidden payments, hot fixes that introduce safety issues, is such that we try to work with the developer to get the issues corrected. It's not simply because there's a third-party payment in an app that an app would be terminated. In fact, there's many cases where apps have introduced a third-party payment and we've worked with the developer to get those resolved. So in this case, it would have been more than the simple presence of a third-party payment that would have resulted in termination of these particular developer accounts.
Thank you, sir. And you were also asked about tools for scanning malware. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And there was a reference to source DNA. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And you were asked whether the source DNA tool that was acquired by Apple was the tool that is now being used for app review. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Is it correct that the actual source DNA tool that was acquired is now the tool that's being used for app review?
No, we now use App Transparency, which certainly has similar capabilities and behaviors to what Source DNA was offering, but this is something that was built by the now Apple engineers post-acquisition of Source DNA.
Thank you, sir. And the tools that Apple uses for the app review process now, are they tools developed by Apple?
Yes.
Are they proprietary to Apple?
Yes.
Do you attempt to keep those tools secret?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Now let's turn to the issue of apps that may have mistakenly made it through the app review process. You remember a reference to the Tribe app, and that was Exhibit 301?
I do.
And Ethics Council asked you questions about whether that was mistakenly let through app review. You recall that?
I do.
And Mr. Carboneco, are there occasions on which there are mistakes in the app review process?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a human process. We do make mistakes, but we certainly try to rectify those mistakes when we learn of them and do our best to prevent them from reoccurring.
And does the fact that there are mistakes cause you, Mr. Carboneco, to believe that the app review process is ineffective?
No.
Can you explain why not?
I think there's a large variety of different types of mistakes that could be made. In this particular case, it appears that an app was in violation of our rules, and that could have impacted the customer experience. And in this case, it really impacted the developer experience. And I think the human beings that reviewed the app, had we caught it correctly when it was submitted, that would have provided a much better developer experience, could have prevented customer angst as well. And so the fact that mistakes exist means we got to be better at it, and we need human beings to do that. So I do think that this is an incredibly important part of what we do and why we do it.
And Mr. President, I'd like to see if you can give the court an understanding of how the mistakes that may have been made in the app review process compare to the effectiveness of the process. And I'd like to start by looking at BX 4374. And asking you to take a look at that document and identify it for the record, please.
Now, this is the IOAPS reviewed summary. This is a set of statistics that we would review every week in ERB, and it's effectively a status update on the app review process and what we've seen thus far.
And can you tell us the date for this document?
This is 2017.
You look at the
So
second
2019, yeah, November 2019.
page. I'd like to move BX 4374 in cabinet.
No objection, Your Honor. Submitted.
Mr. Cognizant, are summaries like this that we see on the first page prepared every week?
Every week.
And in the 2017 to 2019 timeframe, were they prepared every week?
Yes.
Can you explain for the court what is reflected here on the first page of 4374? Next to iPhone, we see approved, rejected, and some numbers.
So this would have been the number of submissions that we received in this particular week. So we can see the total here is 112,501. And the iPhone, iPad, approved, rejected, this are the dimensions of what those numbers mean. So iPhone approved, we approved 5,461 apps. The number of iPhone rejected apps that were new was 11,296.
Mr. President, it took me a while to find the document. What page are you on again?
You want it's the first page of 4374?
Okay. And I'm sorry, can you just repeat that very quickly? So I see approved, rejected.
Yes, Your Honor. So approved, the number of new apps that were approved to the store in this weekly period was 5,461.
Okay. And which is just a week's worth of data?
Yes.
And the date again on this document?
I believe this was November 2019.
If we look at the second page of the document.
Okay. Go ahead, thank you.
And I believe you told us, Mr. Cognizant, that these were prepared on a weekly basis, so that's 52 weeks a year in the time frame of 2017 to 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you look at the document that's marked BX 5467 in your binder? Your Honor, we have a slightly revised version of this document for the court. We had to correct some typographical errors and total some numbers in it. We've shared the revised version with Ethics Counsel.
Okay.
Mr. Cognizant, could you explain to the court what we have here in BX 5467?
So the spreadsheet that looks like that summary we just reviewed by week, beginning early 2017. And if we scroll down, like this ends in early 2020.
Okay, sir. And we have summarized this document on a demonstrative that we'd now like you to take a look at. Can you look at demonstrative 1? And you'll see here years, number of submitted apps, rejection rate, and number of rejected apps. Could you explain, just starting with 2017, what do those numbers reflect?
That represents the sum of all of those weekly reports, the total number of submissions for that particular year, the total number of rejections for that particular year, and the rejection rate is the ratio of those two.
So is it correct, sir, that in 2017 there were 5,176,583 submissions?
That would be correct.
And of those submissions, 1,694,664 were rejected. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And the rejection rate was 33%.
That's right.
And in 2018, we have compiled 4,793,826 submissions. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
And there were 1,697,787 rejections,
Yes,
or a rejection rate of 35%.
that's correct.
And finally, in 2019, the number of submissions was 4,808,685. The number of rejections was 1,747,278.
Objection, Your Honor. Should the witness be testifying here?
You want to read the chart? That's fine. Sustained.
Mr. Cosminto, can you tell us the number of submissions, the number of rejections, and the rejection rate for 2019?
The number of submissions for 2019 was 808,685. The number of rejections in 2019 was 1,747,278, and the rejection rate for 2019 was 36%.
And Ethics Council showed you a document referencing a tribe approval, one app approval, in 2018. Does that example cause you to have any concerns about the effectiveness of the app review process?
I take all mistakes seriously, so I would say that any incident like that causes concerns. But with respect to the overall effectiveness of app review, no, a single incident does not make me question the overall effectiveness and necessity of the review process.
And how would you, Mr. Cosminto, compare the ratio between the rejections that are appropriate because there's not compliance with the guidelines and mistakes that have been made?
I think there's a few different ways to look at the mistakes, but one of the ways in which we look at them is the amount of overall appeals that we receive. And so we receive less than 1% of the rejections are appealed by developers, and usually those appeals are upheld if we've made the correct assertion on the rejection.
And how do you think mistakes in the app review process compare to the effectiveness rate?
Objection to form, Your Honor. Go vote.
I think the number of mistakes are a small fraction of the overall effectiveness of the process.
Thank you, Mr. Cosminto. And I'd like to back up and give you an opportunity to actually introduce yourself to the court. Could you tell us, you told us that you became the Director of App Review in 2016 at Apple. Can you tell us an overview of your employment history post your education and prior to joining Apple?
Yes. Post-education, I started as a software engineer doing automation and efficiency process engineering in oil and gas and energy industry. I guess shortly into that, it was a few years, the iPhone launched, and my interest certainly shifted, and we started working on iOS apps. And through that, started ultimately we built, I think, probably a dozen iOS apps. But we went to WWDC one year, which is Apple's developer conference, and we learned about a technology that Apple had released. And we understood that there's a potential to take that technology and turn it into what we call a beta testing service, so that iOS developers could distribute betas to testers, and that could be a potential tool that the entire developer ecosystem for iOS could use. So we created a product out of it. It was called TestFlight. And so for the future up until Apple, I was with TestFlight.
And can you tell me what was the business of TestFlight?
So our whole goal at TestFlight was to make sure that we are efficiently empowering developers to distribute beta iOS apps to their testers.
And so what historically would have been a dozen steps or so, test flight turned into a few steps. Back in early iOS development, to install a beta to your phone, you actually had to tether via USB to iTunes. You had to get a device identifier from the device. And it was a challenge. It was a really manual process for a tester, and it was a really manual process for a developer. And we automated a lot of that and made that very efficient to the point where a developer could send a tester an email inviting them to test a beta. The tester could say install, and it would just work. And this was really the magic of test flight. And our goal was to help developers make better apps by iterating faster and getting feedback.
Did test flight develop a native iOS app?
We did. We built a native iOS app prior to the official launch of test flight.
And did test flight submit its native iOS app to Apple for the Apple review process, for the app review process?
Yes, we did.
And what was the result of that?
And the result was an app review rejection, a couple phone calls as well. I believe we appealed, and yeah, that was the end result of the store submission.
And what did test flight do?
That you appealed and then they reversed?
The appeal was upheld. The native app did not make it to the App Store. The rejections were upheld.
Was test flight able to continue in business even though its native iOS app was not allowed on the App Store?
Yes.
And what business model did you change to?
So I wouldn't describe it as a business model. Our business model didn't change, but in terms of a distribution method, we moved to a full-screen web app on iOS. And there's a couple things that I felt I needed from a native app in order to make this work. But I felt there was a path to get those things all with a web app.
Was test flight able to be successful using just a web app?
Absolutely. The test flight was used by developers and testers worldwide. And I think that the web app experience, we would personally get customer emails or developer emails where they would have an issue with the particular beta that they were testing. And in that, they would say, I downloaded this beta from the test flight app. And we would chuckle because it wasn't a native app. It was always a web app after the native app was not accepted.
And what was your title or position at test flight?
I was a founder and CTO.
And how did you come to be employed by Apple?
Ultimately, Apple acquired test flight as a product and a company, and so I joined through that acquisition.
And I believe you were asked, but just so we have a clear record, what was your first job at Apple?
I was the engineering manager.
And at some point while you were in the engineering group, did you come to have responsibility related to the App Store?
Specifically to App Store review, yes.
And what were your responsibilities?
So when I started as an engineering manager, I was responsible for some things with test flight, but also for app analytics, which is a feature for developers. And shortly thereafter, I think it was within a year, I was asked to run our app review tools team, and those responsibilities included tools, automation, and after some time doing that, there was an opportunity within developer relations to run the app review team. And so I think that was 2016 where I took on those responsibilities.
Okay, let's talk about the app review team that you lead now. First, I'd like to discuss the different functional units within your team, and we have a demonstrative on that issue also that we'd like to use. Before I get to that, I think I neglected, Your Honor, to move DX5467 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
5467 is admitted, and you have about 2 minutes, and you can decide whether you want to start.
Your Honor, I think it's probably best for us to start tomorrow. It'll take us more than 2 minutes to get through this slide.
Okay. So, I don't know how to say your last name again.
Your Honor, Kosminka.
Kosminka. Your
Perfect.
speech for the day.
Thank you.
The order to return tomorrow. Okay, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so with respect to just a few housekeeping things, the two lawyers from each side, if I can have them here in the morning, I think we should probably go through the exhibits I admitted. I admitted a huge number of exhibits today, and I want to make sure my records match your records. So if we can do that first thing in the morning. Second, there were a number of exhibits that Ms. Forrest referenced this morning where she indicated that there were confidentiality issues. I don't know if those issues are things I have to resolve or if they are resolved and we just didn't seal the courtroom because we were able to navigate them. It's not clear to me.
Your Honor, my understanding is that there were some confidentiality issues asserted by Apple, and I didn't want to have to close the courtroom, but I could navigate them. I don't know if Apple will maintain those, but to date, to this point, they have been maintained as confidential.
Okay, so then what is the agreement with respect to the downloading of exhibits at the end of today's proceedings?
Your Honor, my understanding, subject to counsel, is that the confidential documents will not be put into the box, that we will confer as to whether there are any appropriate redactions that can be made, and if there can be redactions made to those which have been received, then we'll so indicate to Your Honor in open court tomorrow. We'll provide you with appropriate copies, and they will only go into the box in redacted form.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with respect to that issue, DX 314, that was just used in Mr. Kosminka's examination by Epic, has some confidentiality issues also. No issues that were discussed in open court, that that document will need to be a part of the control process before it's put up on the box also.
314. Okay. The issue with respect to the deposition transcripts for the hot seat operators. So depositions can be used for a number of purposes. One is for impeachment, and one is that they're just admissions, and they can be read. Unless lawyers tell me that the portions of depositions are in fact party admissions, then the only other reason that they can go up is for impeachment. And you can't show them for impeachment until I decide whether or not the request to impeach is proper. That's why I keep asking you not to put it up until I know. Just so that you understand what's happening here. So if you tell me in advance that the person who was deposed was there as a 30B6 witness, if I know that, then it doesn't matter. If it's impeachable or not impeachable, the witness can sit there and they can read the deposition transcript to them. But unless I am told that that they're there in their 30B6 capacity, it doesn't go up until I say it can. All right? We're on the same page? Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. And then I believe there are two documents that are outstanding that I will get briefing on. Correct, Ms. Forrest?
Your Honor, we'll have that for you in the morning.
Okay. And then I'll get some kind of response, I take it, from Apple.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm trying to think about timing, given their submission in the morning, but if we can have till the end of the day.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we're here for a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Again, my issue is not, as you all can see, I have been admitting, I think, quite a bit. There's documents by definition, are out-of-court statements, frequently offered for their truth. When they're party admissions, they come in. When they're business records, they come in. The ones that I'm concerned about are the ones that are not, where there is no other party communication on those documents. And that is the concern. Federal rules require that business records show, or at least the basis for the foundation for a business record is that it's prepared in the ordinary course. Because it's a third party and I don't have that person on the witness stand, I don't know it's prepared in the ordinary course. It suggests to me that it's hearsay. Doesn't mean it can't be used in trial. Doesn't mean that the contents can't be used in the proper context of an examination. But that doesn't mean that the document comes in. I know lawyers think that all emails come in, but they don't. At least not in my court. All right, any questions?
Your Honor, I just wanted to raise that we have resolved the issue regarding class counsel on Apple's side, and we're fine with their presence during field sessions.
Okay, I'm sure that Ms. Manifold is just overjoyed. Anything else?
Not here, Your Honor.
Not from Epic, Your Honor.
Okay, then have a good evening. We'll stand in recess until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Goodbye.